Welcome to the Hopeless Stream, to the summer version of the Hopeless Stream.
Summer version? That sounds very exotic.
We are in the sweltering heat of midsummer, and that's why we've decided to treat you to a more wintry experience, just to help cool you down at home.
This is the cool-off stream.
Yes.
And as you can see from our opening cinematic shot, that's actually not where we are right now. But we can have that place in mind, in our mind map.
Yes.
Mind palace.
You see the leaves, they have already withered and fallen off the trees and landed on our table. And so if you're sitting somewhere and it's too hot and uncomfortable for you, just get in tune with the stream. And it actually does seem like we're conjuring up something here, because as I sit here and look at these withered leaves on the table, I can actually hear a storm brewing, and I can hear rain against the windows.
It is raining outside, which is quite ominous. And the sun has been shining for 2 weeks straight, and now it's raining.
And if anybody was watching along last time when we streamed Wizards, we actually were reading the designer's notes to Wizards, and they said that game was a kind of intervention in reality, than that the events that happened in the games would manifest in the surrounding reality. And
how have you been feeling since that stream? That's like 3 weeks ago. And did you notice any differences?
Well, I kind of had that feeling, like something in the corner of my eye all the time. Like just shadows moving a little differently, colors a little bit more intense, my senses just heightened a little bit more aware. So yeah, I think the ritual worked.
Yeah, I think so too.
And I feel like, I'm not sure that the world has gotten any better, but I feel that I have gotten a little bit better.
Well, that's a start. Start local, and then we can, spread joy from there.
Yeah, and I think the problem also with trying to expand beyond yourself, that very quickly you end up in this role of a preacher or someone who's telling other people how to feel. That's the problem.
That's when you start a Twitch stream and then you start preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
But there will be no preaching.
No. We don't have a hopeless cult.
No, we don't have a cult yet. If you want to join, please press subscribe or follow or whatever.
We'll make it happen.
No, don't worry. There will be no manipulation of the mind on the stream. Everything is pure joy and good times.
Yeah, except for the game that we're playing tonight.
Well, the games we usually play are usually quite dark and grim. And this is no exception. Yeah,
and this game has...
Tatsivitra says, where do I sign up for the cult? Well, join our newsletter and stay tuned to this channel. And then that's all you need, I think.
The channel.
We're channeling the cult. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say that the tagline for this game, so this series of games that we're playing tonight, is really that it's a survival horror game just without the survival.
Survival horror game without the survival. I love that. It has a nice ring to it.
Yeah. And it's because it's this series of games called Desperation. Nice. And they are designed by Jason Morningstar from Bolly Pulpit Games. And this is the second game in the Desperation series.
Yes, we had one before.
The Isabel.
The Isabel takes place on a derelict boat.
It was a cod fishing boat.
Cod fishing boat, yes.
Yeah.
It's true.
And we were sailing to Popoff Island or one of the passengers had a vision and was sailing to Popoff Island to start a church, to build a church. So that's already pretty cultish, actually.
Already there, it's not going to end well.
Yeah. And there was also very little survival in that game.
Yeah.
Very little. But you can go back and watch that stream. It's the exact same system as the game that we'll be playing tonight. So, and as far as I know, there are only 2 games in the series so far.
Okay, so we're playing the next runner-up for the next game.
So we played the Isabel, and tonight's game is Dead House. Or rather, I think, actually, Dead House. And now there's a subtle difference here.
Dead House or Death House is completely different things.
Not death, but I think you can say like a dead house.
Yeah.
So where dead is descriptive of the house, but I think this is a dead house in the sense it's a house for the dead. It's not the house that is dead, but it's I think it's a house where you place the dead.
Subtle differences. And speaking of subtle differences, here is, I don't know, it's not a good segue, but anyway, here is the link to our YouTube channel so speaking of joining the cult, if you want to further get your culty hands dirty, go check out the YouTube channel where you can find our playthrough of the Isabel, the previous game.
Yes, join our YouTube channel and become an apprentice.
Become an apprentice.
That's how you start.
We'll send you the literature.
Yeah, there'll be some like 60-page rule book from 1978. Really poor scan, black and white.
Yes, and as you ascend through the ranks, we'll of course send you
more rules. 1.648 exception B.
Yes, so please join our cult.
Yeah. So Jason Morningstar, who designed this game, he is one of the key characters on the indie RPG scene. He has been around that scene at least since the noughts, some 20 years ago or something. I'm sure he also did role-playing long before that, but that was when he was one of the pioneers of this Story Now movement, which is really role-playing games with a stronger focus on storytelling and role-playing games that give agency to the players instead of giving agency over the story only to the game masters. It distributes the responsibility for the story to the players. So traditional role-playing is very much a game master who cooked up a story, and then the players have to sort of go through his story and he tells them what happens along the way. And they have some choices and stuff, but it's basically the game master running the show. Now, Jason and some other guys, they got really sick and tired of that. And they had this idea that they called it the impossible thing before breakfast, referencing Alice in Wonderland.
Ah, sure.
And the impossible thing before breakfast was really to have a role-playing game with a single person who was responsible for the story and still call it collaborative storytelling. So they challenged this idea and they started creating all these games, which very often are completely GM-less. So there is no game master, there's just the players, and the players have the responsibility of setting the scenes and playing them out. And this game is very much in the vein of that. And actually, I think it's interesting when we think of role-playing games. We very often, we go back to Dungeons & Dragons all the time. 1974, Gary Gygax, Dave Arneson puts out Dungeons & Dragons, and this is where everything begins. Now, on previous streams, as the attentive viewer will have noticed...
attentive apprentice.
Yes, it of course depends on the level that you have achieved in our cult. We'll have noticed that sometimes we're dropping hints to sort of pre-role-playing games, pre-Dungeons & Dragons role-playing games, which are sort of collaborative storytelling worlds that were created through the 60s and early 70s leading up to Dungeons & Dragons, just to show that this thing, of course, did not arise out of a complete vacuum. And it also has sort of a long entanglement with the whole history of especially miniatures wargaming. But I was thinking today, when I was thinking about, so what is Dead House actually for a kind of game? This kind of storytelling games, what a tradition does it actually belong to? And I think that really, if you want to find the true precursors of this style of gaming, you have to go back to maybe the 16th or 17th century.
Here we go, guys. Strap in. We're taking a deep dive here. I knew this was coming.
Because, you know, in the 16th century, that's really where, at least in Europe, we begin to have so-called parlor games. And that was, of course, when you were entertaining in your salon or your mansion or wherever you were entertaining, and you had many guests. And people needed something to do after dinner. And what became really popular was parlor games. And we have whole books going back from I think the earliest ones are really from the 16th century, but they kind of explode in the 17th century, where it becomes a real craze, which are just books with parlor games in them. Like there is a very famous book, for example, which just lists 100 different parlor games, like literally 100 different games.
100 different parlor games. And how similar are they? Are they like the same
some
theme?
of them are pretty similar, and some of them are very silly. But the interesting thing about them is that most of them, they really accommodate huge audiences. So these are games that can be played with 10, 15, 20 people at a time. And
wow, that sounds like a huge deal.
I mean, when you were entertaining back in the day, you didn't just have a couple of friends over for a beer and a pizza, right? It was like, it was a whole community that showed up at your doorstep. It must have been really difficult to manage, I think, those social situations. But there was a specific strand of these parlor games which were storytelling games. And I was looking up some of those early storytelling games to see how did they actually function. And interestingly, the earliest one, they really functioned with story prompts, which is exactly what the games that we play usually function with. So for example, there is a game which even has fantasy elements in it, where you collaboratively tell a fairy tale.
So it's a fantasy game from the 1700s.
Yes.
That actually contradicts our previous Wizard stream, where we sort of tried to narrow down where fantasy games first
I think
entered the scene.
That's true. I do think there are some subtle differences.
New archaeological advances has come to light, and we're now ready to say
there is new evidence.
There's new evidence in the last 2 weeks.
Well, I think the distinction here is that by the fantasy gaming that started really in the 70s was this kind of modern fantasy gaming, which was more reliant on complete free imagination. Not that the other earlier fantasy stuff was real in any sense, but they were much closer aligned to fairy tales, and also these chivalry romance, Don Quixote or Canterbury Tales, or these Roman de la Rose, all these sort of medieval romantic stories about knights in armor and everything. So of course, normally I think when we talk about fantasy today, we see that as a genre in itself, which is more like a folktale kind of fantasy. But this sort of completely freewheeling Tolkien-esque fantasy is something different. So I think that's the difference here.
I see what you mean.
This is more like knights in armor and maidens in distress kind of fantasy.
Okay.
When we're back in the day.
Before you continue, I just want to see what Tavitra is up to.
Yes. Has he joined the cult yet?
Well, he says he himself is an obscure rule book from 1978. And I think that's a pretty great description of Tavitra, actually. That's how I'm going to refer to Tavitra in the future.
A living rule book. Tavitra, he is the living rules.
He is the cult of the living rules.
Cult of the living rules.
Is this the lore of your cult? Yeah, you mean parlor games? Well, parlor games is a big part of our cult. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So you will be invited to sessions where you will be, enticed to tell fairy tales with us.
It doesn't seem too dark. No, it's not. It's not a dark cult. This is the foundation myths of nerdiness. Definitely, this is how all geeks got their starts. This parlor games from the 1700s. That's where geekdom was born.
There is actually currently a study group, or really a research project at Oslo University in Norway called Sjø. And they study the influence of 17th and 18th century French parlor games on the development of the experimental novel. So they look at how the whole movement of parlor games and the different storytelling techniques you use in parlor games, which is very much prototypical storytelling games like what we're playing tonight, how they influence the way that you construct novels.
Sure.
And they're tracing like a significant influence in the way that you put together paragraphs, how you cut between scenes, how you create tensions.
That's very interesting. And do they also name names? Do they pinpoint which novels could have been
they
created
do
this way?
I haven't looked at their all their research, and they only started a year ago. So I don't think they have reached any big conclusions yet. I think it's a 5-year project, but I'm pretty sure interesting things will come out of it. And I know, because I know one of the people in the project, that they actually do live sessions where people play 17th century parlor games.
That sounds amazing.
And that is pretty amazing. And one of these games, I don't know if they played that one, but this was one that I was reading about, which sounded interesting and sort of very up our alley, really. Which is a game where you have a master storyteller who is the one who starts the story, and then he distributes keywords to all the other people at the table. So everyone gets a keyword, and that keyword has to be within the theme of the story. And I think in the example they give, which is very fantasy-like, it's keywords like tower, ruin, wizard, dungeon, all these kind of keywords. Fountain, river, maiden, distress, whatever. And so the master storyteller, he starts telling the story, and then at points in his story, it says like when you kind of run out of imagination or when you've spoken too long, you mix in one of the distributed keywords in your sentence, and the person who has that keyword has to take over the story. And keep on telling until they run dry of inspiration, and then they put in another keyword and someone else has to continue the story. So you have keywords like tent poles that are put down, and then the story is this big sheet of tarpaulin spread over these tent poles. And since all the prompt words are genred, you know you're gonna sort of be within the same. If I say like dungeon or something, we know what world we're in. So that's one of the ways to keep it on track. Now, interestingly, there is an additional rule, an optional rule, which is not always played with, which is that whenever you're at a dramatic point in the story, then you stop mid-sentence and you point at someone else across the table and have them tell you what the next word should be. And the challenge is that person has to say a word that does not fit the flow of your story at all. So they're trying to unbalance you, catch you off guard.
Okay.
And if they say something that is too obvious, then they have to forfeit something, which is they have to give a personal item to you that you are then going to keep as a pledge for the rest of the evening.
Yeah.
And at the end of the evening, you can have them do something in order to get it back. And I think that goes from sort of the very innocent, name your favorite romantic hero or something, to something a little more daring, like kiss on the cheek, or who knows what went on in these parlors. I don't know.
I see where this is headed.
You see where this is headed, right? And one of the examples they give is a character, one of the storytellers is telling the story about this character who has decided to commit suicide, and he bares his chest and he lifts up his hand and he holds, and then he points across the table. And, if someone says a dagger, then they have to forfeit an item to the storyteller because that was too obvious.
Sure.
But then someone else says a hat.
Yeah.
So suddenly now you have this guy who's trying to commit suicide with a hat in his hand. And then the storyteller comes up like with a really silly thing about how he takes the hat and he soaks it in water and he splits it up in little pieces and he eats it, and it becomes like a sponge in his stomach that kills him.
Just a really dirty hat.
A terrible, infectious...
Terribly dirty hat.
But you can see, like, the mechanics there are very close to what it is we're doing here.
Definitely.
And especially, I think, this idea that you have to throw in a keyword that is unexpected. You always want something unexpected because that fires the imagination. You don't want the obvious keyword because that doesn't really help you, because you're already thinking about that probably.
Yeah.
You want that thing that throws you off balance, and now you have to realign your whole story.
Yeah. And so these rules that you're talking about now, were they already in place in the 1700s?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the earliest thing that I've found when it comes to sort of European parlor games is like mid-16th century. Okay. But then it really explodes in the 17th, 18th, and also the 19th century. We have like several volumes of parlor games from the 19th century. So they were really all the craze. I mean, this is before what kind of entertainment was there, right? You could sit and read a book, or you could maybe set up a little play, or you could do a dance. There are also dancing parlor games and like physical parlor games,
Okay.
Twister-like games, these kind of things.
So they were having a grand old time.
Yes, they were playing. But the great thing was that this was sort of institutionalized to an extent that when you went to one of these salons or sort of great ballroom dinners or whatever, there would be this expectation that at some point you would be playing games.
Yeah.
And I think that's
great.
Pretty awesome.
And also must have taken a lot of time. If there are 20 people involved, they were spinning a story together.
Yeah. Yeah, and sometimes it were written stories where people would write down letters and mail them to each other and create intrigues. And there are all these different, quite complicated parlor games, but they were all sort of feeding off imagination and story and the ability to tell stories, which also tells me that, I mean, I guess people are pretty good at telling stories back then.
Yeah, it must have been a skill back then.
I mean, but I think perhaps people were doing it more, or at least in a more structured way somehow.
Yeah, I could imagine,
So, yeah, it's interesting, and I'm looking forward to see what this research project is going to output, and I'm very sort of, inspired to go look more closely at those parlor games myself and really find out what's there. There must be treasures.
There must be treasures.
So you don't, I mean, we're probably not going to be able to fit 20 people into the frame here, but we might try out a little parlor game at some point.
Almost can't fit in each other. But that would be great. If any one of you out there has any information about 1700s parlor game or game studies in Oslo, please chime in. Or if you want to come to our annual parlor game festivities.
Initiation festivities.
Yes, please let us know. Well, that's great. So it's this game is soaked in history, I guess.
Yeah. So I think this game, which is a so-called quote assignment game, is to me more really of a parlor game than a role-playing game. Sure. I think it shares its DNA more with that. Of course, this is a very sort of evolved parlor game in the sense that there is an author and a lot of the story here is written and the prompts are very carefully put together.
Yeah.
So it's a much more, consciously orchestrated story here. But I think, basically the whole game here is to draw cards, read them out, and put them on the board and create relations between characters. That is everything that we're going to be doing tonight.
Yes, because I do vaguely remember the Isabel.
It was several months ago.
It was several months ago.
And we were at sea.
Exactly. So forgive me if it's a little blurry. But yes, you would have to sort of characterize the characters based on statements that they said, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do get characters, but then you get like a line of thought or you get something that is spoken and you have to decide which character is thinking this or which character is speaking this.
Sure, yeah.
And that, of course, feeds into the dynamics between the characters.
Yeah. And so you build out this gallery of people that interact in different ways.
Yeah.
That you actually get to choose.
Yes. And that's the whole key, like that you get to find out who acts how. And sometimes you can choose that, something seems to align obviously with the character, but that's also remembering our 17th century parlor games where sometimes something matches obviously to one character, but you put it in the mouth or the thoughts of a different character just to mix it up and to challenge yourself and the story.
Yeah. So where do we go from here?
Well, what you're looking at here is basically the town of Neola in Kansas. It's a tiny little community in Kansas, sort of way off any real grid. I saw this little YouTube video, probably the only YouTube video in existence filmed in Neola, Kansas.
The only evidence of its existence.
Yes, and it basically starts with an image of a train and then a voiceover that says, "The train goes through Neola, but it doesn't stop there."
Of course not.
And that's the kind of town that you're looking at here. It's small, no one stops there, everybody knows everybody.
Yeah.
And
no one has ever heard of it, basically.
No, only the people who live there, right?
Yeah.
And right now, it's the autumn. It's the autumn of 1887. actually. And it's not going to stay autumn. It's not going to stay 1887, but it's not going to be a quiet winter. Let's say that much.
Sure.
So what we're going to do now is basically we have put out all the locations, as you can see on the table, the different houses and places in and around town.
So this is basically the town.
This is the town and a little bit the area around it.
Sure.
So now we're going to take turns, each of us taking one of these cards and reading the back of it, just to get us a little more context. So, I mean, Sharp House doesn't tell us a lot, so we need to know a little bit more about these locations.
We do have the ominous dead house up there.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're ready, you can just pick any location and read it, and then we'll just go through it and sort of build the lore of the town as we read and reflect.
Great. Sounds good.
And I also don't know if you can probably read the names of these locations at home, but if you can, and if you want to suggest locations that we should read, just type a name and we'll take it.
All right, but I'm going to start off with the ruin.
The ruin, of course. I knew you would.
It's the most ominous one. The ruin. This is the ruin. Stone foundation and some charred timbers and a well that really ought to be filled in. A church of God. A preacher and his family built a half. There is some punctuation missing here, so it's a little bit hard to read. A church of God. Preacher and his family built a half-assed church here, but they couldn't take it, and the fire that burned them out was probably a blessing. So they were forced to leave because of a fire.
But so it's a ruin of a church.
It's a ruin of a church. The preacher and his family built it. A half-assed church.
So they didn't really mean it, or what? Or they just didn't have a lot of funding, or
I don't know.
What is a half-assed church?
I don't know. It's like a church. Yeah, maybe they didn't really believe that strongly.
Or maybe the community wasn't too keen on them building a church because maybe they were from the wrong denomination.
There you go. That's what often happens. The fire that burned them out, was it arson?
Yeah, I'm already now thinking who.
It doesn't. A fire.
It looks like a stone church, right?
Sure does.
Right. I'm sure there was some kind of woodwork in it at one point, but, I guess churches are supposed to be they're not supposed to have fireplaces and be cozy. They're supposed to be like cold and dark and somber.
Yeah. This is an arson job.
We already have the contours of a church burning, and this is the first card.
What more do you want, guys? Come on. At the Hopeless Stream, twitch.tv. Half-assed church sounds like my kind of a house of worship, lazy church. Exactly.
Right,
okay, and we already have the conflict. They're the wrong
denomination. We don't know if they live in town still, right?
And it just says they couldn't take it, and the fire that burned them out was probably a blessing.
Okay.
So
it's probably a blessing. That's also weird.
And another ominous thing, there's a well that really ought to be filled in.
Because it's
that's a death trap,
Yeah, or something is lurking down there.
Even worse. Maybe that's a gateway to something even more sinister.
Or did something happen? Is there some kind of... Did someone fall into the well and their spirit is haunting the place and it really needs to be closed off?
I think it's a good thing this church burned down because there's a lot of... suspicious activity surrounding it.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But then it says, put this card between the hill and the dead house. Is that something that we...
we actually just made a random layout here, but there's actually a structure to this.
Yeah, if we want.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's, we can do that. It's up here where we have the Mitchell barn. We can just move them around.
The hill and the dead house.
Because the hill is there and the dead house is over there. So it will be here.
We can just switch it around. The reason for this placement was also that fits kind of within the camera so you can still see what's going on.
Yeah, and we thought we were allowed to build our own town.
already.
We actually are, but let's
See, in
just...
this town, as soon as you take initiative, if you build a church, it doesn't take long for it to get burned down,
It's in the wrong place. It's the wrong denomination.
So take care.
Your family hasn't lived here long enough.
No. Be careful with you.
Well, so I'm curious to find out whether that family, they still live in town or not, or whether they moved out. So I think who is running this town? And now I'm looking here at the town's house.
The town house or the town's?
The town's. I think it's the name of a family.
Sure.
But it looks like it looks like not a half-ass mansion, but a big-ass mansion.
Sure, yeah.
So I think I'm gonna check out. They must be like an influential family in town, I guess.
Town's house.
So this is the town's house. It is the newest building in Neola, and it is octagonal, so it has 8 sides. After Fowler's a home for all, or the gravel wall, an octagon mode of building. Oh wow! So there is apparently a whole theory about octagonal houses at this point.
Maybe that's the other denomination of
It
religious.
sounds also a little bit cultish, right?
Yeah.
And it's apparently a book they read, written by some guy called Fowler. A home for all, or the gravel wall, an octagon mode of building. Okay. So
Complicated sentences here.
Bopley and Ralph Jr., Rosie, Frank, and little Theresa are Catholics from far away.
Oh no.
So we have a Catholic family living in an octagonal house.
Yes.
And the wife is Bopley, and the husband is Ralph. And then the kids, I guess, are Ralph Jr., Rosie, Frank, and little Theresa.
And they are influenced by a character, a mysterious, ominous character called Fowler.
Yes, who's probably is the author of this book on octagonal homes.
I would just say if I were to write a story and I needed a great name for a villain, I think Fowler is a great name.
Yeah.
For a really nasty guy.
Yeah.
Living in the woods.
So, but you may have to change your perspective, or at least change the perspective on the town, when I now reveal that this card is in the center of town, where Ralph is the Neola postmaster.
Okay.
So
that also means he has access to all the houses. Or maybe he has a key to some of the, or at least the post box.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm just already constructing a crime.
This is what we're supposed to be
novel
doing.
Here, yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on. They're Catholics from far away.
Tatsvitra says, I remember Chuck Norris versus Octagon. Yes.
Oh, I remember that too.
I remember that too.
It's one of the most wonderfully unstructuredly edited movies where it cuts between day and night constantly in the fight scenes. I remember.
Well, it's like it's very poetic.
It's poetry.
But isn't that also kind of a game where he has to defeat some trials in a? No, wait, that's another one. No,
I remember him doing martial arts against ninjas in the woods in like alternating light and dark.
That's great. Very subjective fight scenes.
Yeah.
Tatsvitra says, this village seems so cursed. Postmaster controls flow of information from the outside world. That's a great point, Tatsvitra.
Yes.
He's the gatekeeper of information.
And they are from far away, this family. Are they sitting in the center of the web?
Oh my
God. Did they ban that other church because it was not the right denomination? It was not a Catholic church?
They control what religion, what information. They basically control the town. Because, as you said, the trains don't even stop there.
Nope.
So who else is going to sort of bring the news of whatever is going on in the rest of the world other than the postmaster?
Ralph, the postmaster.
Ralph. That is very cursed.
Yeah. So what next? What up?
Well...
That was the ruin and the town's house. There are also various farms and a hill and a dead house, a post office, and... Oh, the hill.
Going straight for the hill.
Yes.
Going for the
Run
hill.
for the hills.
No. Let's see here. This is the hill. It was important for the Wichita who used to live around here. After the war, they were all moved west. but they buried some stuff in the hill before the army arrived. So before the army arrived, something hit me here.
And the Wichita, it sounds like a Native American tribe.
Yeah, it must be. Wichita, yeah. They buried some stuff in the hill before the army arrived. Somebody dug it all up soon after and kept the pretty bits and burned the rest. There's a single spindly black locust tree at the top.
Ooh.
Very ominous.
So there is this story that the Wichita tribe, they buried something in the hill before the army probably came and massacred them, or at least drove them off the land.
Exactly, yes. And someone has been there to sort of rob it from all the shiny bits.
Oh, did it say that?
Yeah. Somebody dug it all up soon after and kept the pretty bits and burned the rest. Another arson.
Was this before or after the towns moved into town?
That's a great question. I'm going to put it...
Yeah.
It says put it wherever you want.
Yeah, but we said the ruins should be behind the hill in the dead house, so I think that's fair.
Yeah. Tatsvitra suggests the Mitchell farm.
Oh, I can take that.
Wichita is a people, yes. One of the tribes is called Waco.
Uh-oh.
Another ominous sign. We know what happens in Waco.
There's a lot of cultish references here tonight.
Definitely.
This could be a relatively new community, though we know that the town's house is the newest building in town.
Yeah.
But I actually like Tatsavitra's suggestion of going for the Mitchell farm, because I want to know something about the other families in this town.
Is there both a farm? Because there's also a Mitchell barn.
Oh, they have a barn. Perhaps if you switch the barn around and the shack.
Okay.
I guess they have to be closer somehow.
Unless the shack is also on there.
Yeah, we'll probably find out. But I think I'll go for the farm before I go for the barn anyway.
Yeah.
So the Mitchell farm. This is the Mitchell farm. Look, that's his name. Oh, his name is Look Mitchell. Look, that's his name, is the best around at coaxing weed out of this barren ground. Telly, that's her name, is endlessly pregnant and cannot keep a child.
Oh no, that's horrible.
That's not good.
Come on, guys.
So Mitchell, he's the local farmer, and he somehow found the secret formula to grow weed in this barren land.
And we don't mean weed. We mean weed.
We mean the stuff you make bread out of.
Sure. Okay. Thanks. Now you can't be too certain in these days, you know.
No.
Gotta make sure.
And he's called Look, and then he has a wife called Telly, endlessly pregnant and cannot keep a child.
It's very unfortunate.
And we have to see that, I think, in contradistinction with the towns, who seem to have a lot of children. They have like 4 children.
Oh, so there is jealousy, rivalry going on here.
And they are the grain chamber of the village, because they are the ones who are actually growing stuff.
Yeah.
Without them, there would be no bread to eat.
So we have the farmers, which, and that's also, yeah, they have the farmers, which is the Mitchells. We have the towns, which is the postmaster.
Yeah.
And those are the 2 families we've been introduced to so far.
Yeah, there's also something called the Hetzel farm, and there's something called the Sharp house, and there's Pearson shack. So there are a few more homes in town.
Do we have any preferences? Because for my mental, to help my memory out, I would like to sort of get to know the Mitchells.
Yeah, do that.
Just so we have it like...
Go for the barn. I would love that.
Because if we switch too much...
I forgot to see if there's any placement indication.
Yeah.
Put this card between the dead house and the Hetzel house. Okay. So I'll do something.
You just switch them around.
This, maybe.
Okay, and then we have the Mitchell barn.
Yes, there we have it.
Let's see here. This is the Mitchell barn. It's a modest but squared away building that Look Mitchell ordered a pre-cut lumber from bears and roebuck. It would be a nice place for dances or parlor games, perhaps even.
Parlor games.
It would be a nice place for dances if anyone in Neola were to bend in that direction. Okay, so it's
but they're not. The subtext seems to be that they're not.
But they usually don't. They don't make it out there.
Do you think this is a very religious community?
It's sort of buttoned down community, you know. They don't really get any outside information. Whenever there's a new family in town, they burn down their church. They chased away the Indians, you know.
Maybe they got it coming, whatever it is that's coming.
Yeah. Okay.
So what? There were some names. He hired a lumberjack, or someone to build it. Was that it?
Mitchell ordered a pre-cut lumber from Sears and Roebuck.
Aha, okay.
So, yeah. Telly. Wife bears only dead babies because she talks. Looks true love seems to be the land. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, the land, he somehow is able to turn this barren land. He can grow fruit from the barren land, but unfortunately, his wife is barren and he cannot grow children in her womb.
It's very, very brutal. But also, I think that Tavitra is trying to decipher meaning out of their names.
Yeah, right.
Telly and Look. Okay. So this building, this derelict barn. I don't know if it's derelict. I guess he still keeps his grains or whatever in there, hay or.
We have some lore in the chat.
Sears and Roebuck is a mail order department. Mail order department store, I think.
Right. So that's where he ordered his lumber.
And then Stig and Deluxe comes in with a very sharp observation. Look and tell.
Oh yeah, it's almost like show and tell.
Show and tell.
Look and tell.
Look, don't.
Look, don't tell.
Look, don't tell. Okay. Put this card very close to the Mitchell farm.
Yes,
will
we can
you do that, please?
Do something like this.
Look and tell. There's something there about the names. There's something that may be significant.
Yeah. That's strange names.
It's very strange names.
Yeah. Look and tell. All right. Where do we go from here? So that was the Mitchell family, the Towns family, the ruin, the post office, the hill. I'm kind of wonder who that guy Pearson is over in the shack at the edge of town.
Yeah.
So if you hand the shack to me, I will give it a look. You can just see it's kind of a bit of a state.
Yeah.
Can you? Oh, sorry.
So is he? Looks to be almost homeless. This guy.
Yeah, it's like there's a sheet of tarpaulin hanging in front of part of the house. Pearson Shack. This is Pearson Shack. It's a smoky little affair, cobbled from wood pulled out of the church ruins.
What is that's a little bit bad form, poor form.
Yeah, but I guess if there's a dearth of wood, then, you know, and there are all these sort of burned sticks of lumber over at the church, so...
It might as well.
Might as well.
Is he the same guy that stole from the native Indian Wichita?
I mean, this house seems to be put together by a lot of different stuff. It's cobbled together from wood pulled out of the church ruins, but also from a broken wagon, some cottonwood trees, and a waxed cotton tarp.
Okay.
So there's kind of also just like a broken wagon in there, and it's, yeah. Pearson is usually squatting like a toad here, ruminating upon the ineffable and making people uneasy.
So he's like a little rat.
Yeah, but he's kind of the mad person in town, I think.
Gollum of the town.
he's the strange character.
I think he's the guy who goes out and digs for buried treasure and scavenges.
It could be him, but if he did so, he didn't really strike gold, did he?
Probably not. He's still living in a shack, so.
Or perhaps he just hides the gold in
Yeah.
his little, I don't know, a little coffin somewhere.
Like a black metal Thoreau.
Yeah. So it just says, put this card far away from any house or farm.
Well,
So it kind of was.
kind of was. Let's see where the Hetzel farm.
Yeah, we can always move them around. But yeah, so he's sort of outside the community, I would say, and probably also gets the blame for a lot of mischief. Whenever anything goes wrong,
they just blame it on him.
it's Pearson, which is also say that Ralph did have something to do with that church burning down. You can always blame Pearson.
Sure, it's easy.
He even built a house from the lumber from the church.
Tatavidra says perhaps Pearson, if the riches Pearson found, might be of a different kind. Maybe it's ritualistic of nature.
I mean, it did say that he often ponders the ineffable. So he is sort of in contact with something higher.
If you are a practitioner of voodoo, you would need, different artifacts from different people,
So the question is, I mean, does he, respect the higher powers to a degree that he would not dig into a sort of Wichita stash in the hill? Or is it exactly what would attract him to, because these Indians that were on the land, they had access to artifacts that had special powers, perhaps?
I think he is of low moral fiber.
Right.
I don't think he has any scruples.
No. Maybe he's just really just too disconnected from everything to really have scruples. It's not really a word in his vocabulary.
He's already an outcast, so there's no consequence anymore. He has nothing to lose.
I mean, he just scrounges whatever is there, and he just tries to make a living.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that the towns, they would probably like to see him gone.
I think so too. Just to keep some sort of order in this town.
Yeah.
Okay. So what else do we have? What's left? Did we check out the post office?
Not yet.
No. Could we do that?
We know that Ralph works there.
It's Ralph Sharp, right?
Ralph Towns.
No, Ralph Towns. So Sharp we haven't...
We haven't looked at Sharp yet.
Digging the Looks asks, can I get a quick 10-second recap of who the player character is and how he or you ended up in this godforsaken hellhole? Well, Stigen, you can. This is... I don't remember the town's name anymore. What was his name?
It's called Neola. Neola, Kansas.
Can you sum
Yeah,
up?
I can give
please?
a quick sum up. So basically, right now we're at the very beginning of the game where what you're looking at here is Neola, Kansas, a very small town, and we're just getting to know the town. And once we've gotten to know the town, we're gonna people it. We're gonna add characters to the town, and once we have characters in the town, we're gonna start drawing reflections and quotations, and we're going to assign them to the different characters to create drama and story. And then there is a 3-act structure which moves the story forwards, and the frame for this story is a terrible blizzard that happened in 1888. But right now it's the fall of 1887.
So we haven't even scratched the surface.
We're only in the setup phase. And it's a long setup phase for this game because after we've gone through all these houses, we also have to go through all the characters. And then we really start playing.
So now we're investigating the post office. This is the United States Post Office, a grand title for what amounts to a horse stable made out of greasy wood repurposed from a collapsed buffalo skinner's camp.
Okay.
Inside, there's a table and a chair, and a safe and a pile of hay. Put this card very close to the town's house. Okay. So it's very simple, very primitive postal office with a safe.
And it used to be the cabin of a buffalo skinner.
Well, the wood was repurposed.
Right.
So it's not necessarily directly a cabin, but yeah.
But I guess we can, I guess we can already sort of perhaps ascertain that this captain was in this area, which also perhaps shows that we are really far away from any kind of larger town or major civilization or anything. Like this is like a buffalo skinner used to live in a cabin in this part, right?
That's the origin of this place.
Yeah, we're far out west.
Yeah. And as we know, Ralph Towns is the postmaster.
And that's why the post office is right next to the town's.
Yeah.
So they basically, since the town's house, the newest building, he basically came into town, took the job of postmaster, and decided to erect his own octagonal house right next to the post office.
This guy's crazy.
This Towns family, there's something's bad, but they're also Catholics from far away.
Catholics from far away. I don't know what that means, but it just sounds like a great way.
We'll find out.
It's a great way of categorizing someone. Oh, he's a Catholic from far away. Like the Polar Expedition disaster game. Love it. I'm all in. Well, welcome, Sticken. You're referring to... could be referring to...
Endurance.
Endurance, yeah.
Yes.
That was a disaster game.
That was the first game ever on the Hopeless stream.
Yeah.
It has those credentials.
And in that sense, it wasn't a disaster. It was a great success.
Yes. A disastrous success.
But it was very tough, and we didn't survive. Let's just...
No. It was a slow grind to death.
Yes.
Let's see if we fare any better tonight.
Yes. What else?
So that was the post office. So those are connected. The Mitchell farm and the barn are connected. We have the ruin, the hill, and
The
then
dead house.
I think I'm going to go down to the shop house. It looks like, as you can see, sort of a little more humble house than the octagonal. I'm having difficulties.
You have to go a little bit in the center and up. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sweet spot. But this is like real prairie house, you know, where you sit.
This is the
in a
little house
rocking
on the prairie.
Yeah, you
actually.
sit in a rocking chair with a shotgun or a pipe and a straw hat, and that's your life.
Yeah. Yeah. And your children runs around, and there's a horse in the backyard.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Your wife is cooking, and it's all very traditional. So this is the Sharp house. Old Swilla and her daughter Mattie.
These names.
Old Swilla. And
Old Swilla.
Old Swilla. That's the mother.
Okay.
And her daughter Mattie, and Mattie's husband, James Mitchell.
Uh-huh.
And all their half-feral children.
Okay.
So Mattie is married to James, who is one of the Mitchells. No, from over here, from that farm.
Yes, yes.
Right. James is an odd man. No, he's not an odd man. Sorry, James. James is an odd job man.
Ah, okay.
And Mattie takes in mending. So
Okay.
he just does odd jobs, and she mends people's clothes, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Or Pearson's tarpaulin. Probably not.
Probably
but,
not.
And this house has the ominous location, which is close to the dead house.
Do-do-do.
So I think I'm gonna shift around a little bit here. I'll move the farm a little down further. I'll put the Sharp house
We
up
still
here.
have to keep intact the composition of the town, like the visual aesthetic composition.
Yeah. Can we put
That could work.
him down here?
Yeah.
And then this is the post office, and then we have Sharp close to the dead house, the ruin, the hill. Pearson's at the far end of town, and then perhaps we can have Hetzel somewhere else. I don't know.
Yeah.
So right now,
But just to recap on the, what was it called?
Sharp house
Sharp house. Does it consist of an old mother
and her daughter
And
the
he-
daughter's husband.
that is as the son of the Mitchells?
That's the son of the Mitchell, and their half-feral children.
Half-feral children.
So again, it seems like, unlike the Mitchells, who... Okay, sorry, I just need to recap here. Because what we were told was that they basically... Telly Mitchell could not keep a child. But we must imagine that James Mitchell is actually a child of the Mitchells. A son of the Mitchells, right? Or a brother, perhaps.
Could be a brother also.
Could be a brother.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, could be a brother.
Could be a brother, I guess.
Maybe that makes more sense. He's like the less successful brother,
Yeah.
but with with children in. Swiller sounds like a rapper, a drunk rapper. Oh, but old Swiller.
Old Swiller.
Yeah, you're right. It does.
But
sound
she may also be a little bit like of an old wise lady. Maybe she always has a good advice, and
Yes.
and perhaps also if you want to know any rumor about anybody in town,
Yeah.
you can always go to Old Swiller.
Old Swiller.
And she'll have something to say.
All right. I think it's time to look at the Hetzel farm.
Yes, go. This is the last farm
What
in
about
the town.
what about the dead house? We need to investigate that as well.
Yeah, I'll take that. That's the last one. I think that's appropriate to take the last.
Little Swiller.
Little Swiller. That's one of the half-feral children, Little Swiller.
Little Swiller. Yeah. Has a SoundCloud account. Definitely. Here we have the Hetzel farm.
It looks like a slightly bigger house.
Yes. There is a huge hole in the roof.
Oh, is it a chimney or is it a chimney hole or is it a proper hole?
It looks like it's not meant to be there.
Okay.
But let's read on here. Hetzel farm. This is the Hetzel farm. It is the oldest in Neola. Henry Hetzel, finally a real name. Henry Hetzel and his strange granddaughter Velma. It boasts an orchard of stunted apple, peach, and cherry trees. Okay.
Okay, so that was who was it again? Henry and his wife Welda?
No, Henry Hetzel and his strange granddaughter Velma.
Oh, so there's no wife or
No.
granddaughter also.
Granddaughter. So he's an old man.
The granddaughter. Does
Taking
the
care of
granddaughter have a last name?
Velma. I'm guessing it's Velma Hetzel.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering if there was a connection to some of the other people in town.
No.
But okay, so he lives there alone with his. So the parents there, were they the ones who built the church, maybe? And
Ooh, and
why are they gone? Why are they not here?
Gone? And did they leave without bringing their daughter?
Yeah, or did something happen to them?
Did something happen to them?
That well needs to be closed.
I think we need to close the well sooner rather than later. Place this card far away from the dead house. I think it was. What?
Stegen Deluxe as granddaughter wife.
Granddaughter. Well, we are far out on the countryside.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're Mormon or. Is the Mormon? Is that? I don't know what these obscure American religions do. I don't want to. I'm not gonna guess. Okay.
No. We
Are
may
they
find
of
out.
Austrian descent? Oh no! Oh no, guys!
It cannot get any worse, please. It's already bad here in Neola. And now we only have one structure left in Neola.
Yeah.
And that is also the title of the game, Dead House.
Dead house.
And as we were talking about before, I think it's...
Sounds like a yeah.
I think it's not Dead House, but Dead House. It looks like this.
Still don't really know what the difference is, but yeah, it's great. Sounds like
certainly graves. It's like a chapel or something, perhaps.
Yeah.
This is the Dead House. This is where Neola stores her dead when the ground is too hard to dig. That time is coming soon and lasts for half the year. The cemetery is here too. Put this card on the edge of town. So basically, because it gets so freezing cold over winter, you cannot bury your dead. So they store them in this building. And then when the ground thaws in spring, they dig graves and put the dead in them.
That's brutal.
I hope there's not too many people dying in a sort of standard winter season in Neola.
You don't have that many people in the town, so.
Well, in a moment we will. Let's put it, as far up in the corner as we can get it. So this is our town. So in the center, we have the octagonal town's house and the post office. And I guess the post office here is also the shop, is also the meeting place, is also where all communal life takes place.
Because it's not in the barn where no one ever goes to for a dance.
Mitchell would actually like to set up dances, right?
He would love to, but there's
no interest.
There's no interest.
Or someone makes sure that there is no interest, I think.
Do you think Ralph is putting a damper on things?
I think something must be going on, but I guess, Ralph also needs to marry his children off. They cannot intermarry, right?
That's true, yeah.
And who else are there to marry? There's the half-feral children in the shop house, and there's the granddaughter in the Hetzel farm. And that's basically it.
Yeah.
So it's not a lot of choice here.
No, that's true. But that's not our problem. That's Ralph's problem.
That's Ralph's problem, absolutely.
Did it say which were the boys or girls? His children. How old were they?
They're in the shop house?
Yeah.
It just says half-feral children. I think it just means that there's a lot of them and they're poorly...
No, I meant in the...
In towns? Well,
Towns
there were names. There's Ralph Jr., of course.
Ralph
have
Jr.
to have Ralph Jr. He's the firstborn. And then there's Rosie, girl, Frank, boy, and little Theresa. Little Theresa is probably really young.
Yeah.
So, Ralph Jr. is probably looking for a wife soon. And then there's Rosie and Frank.
Rosie and Frank, okay.
But I don't know who... But we will be introducing characters is basically the next step of the game.
Yeah.
So right now we just have the layout of the town. And we are now ready to start populating it.
Yes.
So I think... You get to go first.
So
and you get Swilla Sharp.
Swilla Sharp.
Where is the Sharp house? It is over here.
Yes. Let's see. I'm Swilla Sharp, the oldest, and if we are being honest, and don't mind a pun, the sharpest woman in town. My daughter and her husband live with me in the house that I built with my late husband, Reeve. I'm brilliant, but cruel.
Ooh, brilliant, but cruel.
She does look a bit cruel.
Yeah, but she's been here a long time. She's the one with the longest memory around these parts.
She knows what's up. She knows what goes on, She knows all the gossip.
And she's seen people come and go. She knows the psychology.
And then it says, put this card next to the Sharp house and speak Swilla's truth.
Yeah, and all the cards basically say that, which basically just means that, you can embellish as much as you want on Swilla. I think for now, it's all fine unless you have something to add.
No, just that she definitely knows what goes on in town.
Yeah.
She is, she's aware of what, for instance, what Sharp is up to.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And she probably has her own opinion about all the folks in town.
Yes.
Especially the towns.
To be true, this whole scenario has a definite Wisconsin death trip vibe to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's. I think we'll get there.
It's we're slowly getting
Kansas there. Death trip, but I don't think it's a lot different.
We're gonna get there. Sure.
So now I'm gonna take a really wizened old guy, Henry Hetzel.
Oh, that's a tough old guy.
He's a tough old guy, and he's the one who lives with his granddaughter at the Hetzel farm over here.
What is he wearing around his mouth?
It's just his hand. He's holding his hand up in front of his mouth. There you go.
That's cool.
All right, I am Henry Hetzel. I was among the first settlers in Neola, and the place hasn't been kind to me. But I hang on out of sheer spite. My granddaughter Velma helps keep the farm running. Of her parents, the less said the better.
Okay.
I am resourceful, but frail.
Right.
So, Henry knows what happens to Velma's parents, but maybe he hasn't told her yet.
And maybe he hasn't told her yet. That's true.
Maybe he's telling Velma a story about his parents and they have moved on to build a better home, and once they're settled, she will go there too. He's trying to keep her hopes up for a while. Because, you know, as he said, this town hasn't been kind to me.
And that's maybe also why the rest of the family left. Because this is not a place to raise a family. But they did have to keep Velma there because they couldn't bring her. They couldn't afford to bring her.
I mean, yeah, I think that's at least is the story that Henry tells. I still have this feeling that maybe they were connected to that church that burned down, and maybe they burned down with it.
Yeah, they might not have survived that church burning.
No.
And he doesn't dare tell Velma what really happened.
Yeah. I think that's the story for now.
Yeah.
So I think there is a story that his parents have just gone off to look for a better place, but maybe he will have to tell Velma the truth of what happened to her parents at some point.
She's going to find out anyway.
Maybe she's gonna find out herself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
All right. Next.
You get Telly Mitchell.
Telly Mitchell.
Also, is that a big hat she's wearing? She looks a little bit posh, doesn't she?
She looks a bit aristocratic almost.
Yeah.
I don't think there are many aristocrats in Neola.
Well, she's one of the Catholics from far away.
Oh. I'm Telly Mitchell. My given name is Telefers, but everyone, including my husband Luke, calls me Telly. I'm always pregnant. I'm pregnant right now, but has never worked out. Luke still thinks it will, someday. I am gentle, but melancholy. Makes sense. But why do they keep trying? You know,
sorry, she's not one of the Catholics, of course.
No,
she's not a Town.
No.
She's a Mitchell. I mixed them up.
Why? I don't like that idea that it's Luke that sort of that wants to keep trying. Seems a little bit unhealthy.
Right.
In more ways than one. But she's gentle but melancholy.
Right.
I feel sorry for Telly, I have to say.
Yeah. I mean, I think she would really like to raise a family on the Mitchell farm. And they have all this land. She would love to host dances and have her daughters and her sons attend those dances in the barn, but it's not happening.
No, it's not happening.
But at least they're growing wheat
and
on the farm, and that is successful.
And she lives, of course,
at the farm.
At the farm.
We'll put Telly here.
The Mitchell farm. That's Richard. Does Swilla know about Hansel's, Vilma Hansel's parents?
Yes. Right? I mean, how could she not know?
She knows everything. She's been here when it happened.
And, you know, she's cruel.
She probably delivered Vilma.
Probably. But I'm also thinking, I mean, she's cruel. And I think whatever love is left in her is very much tough love. So I can even imagine a scenario already now where Velma goes to the shop house to run an errand and Swilla sets her down and tells the story of what happened to her parents. And Welda goes back to Henry and says, Grandfather, Swilla says that Mom and Dad... ...
Yeah. And
that's gonna be heartbreaking.
That's gonna be Henry's ruin, and it's gonna be Vilma or Velma. Velma's ruin.
Vilda, I think.
No, Velma.
Velma.
Yeah. Of course she's gonna do that.
Okay.
All right.
No, that's good. So let's go for Luke Mitchell, the husband of Telly. So, he's a pretty good-looking fella. Looks competent enough. I am Luke Mitchell. Me and Telly built this farm with our own hands. One day, I want to pass it on to my children, when we finally have some. Until my brother James got married, he was basically my kid. I am hardworking, but naive.
Well, you said it.
So his brother is the one who is married to
like we figured.
Swilla Sharp's daughter, right? And perhaps there is also a jealousy from his side, because not only did he lose his brother in a sense when he was married to Swilla's daughter, but now his brother also has a family, which is what he is really yearning for.
Yeah.
So he just works the farm, and he keeps telling Telly, you know, it'll work out. Next time, it'll work out.
Yeah.
But so far, it hasn't. And hardworking but naive, he doesn't give up.
No, but that's also, Tatsuricha had a good point. I mean, are they trying to have kids, or are they just having sex in 1887? Where you don't really know what's going on, how the things work, you know?
It sounds as if, you know,
He's trying to keep warm.
Mitchell actually kind of wants to raise a family on the farm.
Yeah.
And I think, and I don't know.
But I think Telly is growing tired of the idea.
Maybe.
I would.
Yeah. But I don't know if Telly has a lot of choices, especially living in Neola in 1887.
No, that's the problem.
Yeah.
But then Tatsuricha also says a secret lore about Telly, perhaps. Tellifarius, from Latin telum, dart, spear, missile, offensive weapon, javelin.
Wow.
Pharaohs, producing, containing. There's something there. Maybe she's like a weapon, you know, ready to be released.
Maybe. And maybe there is, yeah, maybe someone knows some tricks in town that can fix the situation. But I mean, they're also living off this, it sounds like they're just basically living off bread and whatever they produce with that wheat.
Yeah.
So it's not like a very balanced diet.
No.
Maybe they're malnutritioned.
I think so.
And maybe that's also one of the reasons it's difficult to sustain life.
Yeah. And that's why everyone with a grain of sense have left the city, left the town already.
Yeah. If you can catch the train, which doesn't stop there.
You'd have to sort of run
I
up to it.
actually don't think the train has made it out here yet. I think that YouTube video I saw was from after 1887.
Yeah, so true. All right, who's next?
It is Velma Hetzel, the granddaughter. This is exciting. I think she's an interesting character.
She looks very mysterious.
Oh, she's reading. Is that it?
Yeah, I think so.
She's a bookworm.
I'm Velma Hetzel. I run my grandpa Henry's farm, and that's my days gone. My weeks, my years. It wasn't what I planned for my life, but it's what I got. Still, I dream of more exciting things and read about them in books. I am well read, but I'm bored.
That's a dangerous place to be.
It's not good to be bored in Neola.
But I also think she's a little older than I thought.
Idle hands are the devil workers.
Yes, on the devil's farm.
On the devil's farm. She's basically running the farm. And that's also a little bit sad that Henry is sort of keeping her there just to run his failing farm. He sort of admits that he's a failure, that he can't keep doing this. He's just doing it out of spite. But not only is he doing it out of spite, it's also on the, to the detriment of Velma.
Yeah. And he's resourceful but frail, right? But I think, meaning in my mind, she was like 8 years old, but she's probably more like 16 years old. Yeah. So she's probably in a ripe young age to get married or run away or...
Sounds like she's more ready to run away.
Yeah, maybe she's not actually looking to marry anyone.
No.
Though there might be someone who thinks that she should marry someone from town.
I think everyone has an opinion about what Velma should or shouldn't do.
Right.
But I don't think she's going to listen.
No. What kind of books do you think she reads?
I think extremely gothic, dark books about ancient mysticism.
You don't think she reads like very sort of romantic books
No.
about romantic love and...
No, I think she's more likely to go out and perform a ritual up at the hill or the burnt down church than she is to go out and marry some local farm boy.
Right. So she's whatever she's reading about is probably things that are a little bit larger than life.
Yeah.
Things that probably will not happen in her life, but she really wished it would. Like some mysterious stranger rolling into town, carrying her away to the exciting life in the big city.
Yeah, or just like summoning, some long lost ancestor.
All right. So you think maybe she is actually interested in spiritualism? Because
I think so.
I think the 1880s is pretty much around the time where we have the whole beginning of the spiritualist movement.
Yeah.
So
I think she's starting to looking for a third religion.
Right. She's reading weird theosophical books.
Books that she had to get smuggled in under the nose of France. Was it France?
Henry.
Both Henry, but also the postmaster.
Oh yeah, the postmaster. Yeah. Unless, of course, it is Swilla who is giving her literature.
Maybe Swilla,
because it's a way of stirring up the nest is to give Swilla these books.
Yeah, to nurture the dark seed.
Yeah, because she is cruel, Swilla.
Stiggin, I love her already. Get out of there, Velma. That's what I'm saying. Any book is more exciting than Neola.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Here we have the not so happy couple living there.
Right. Next person up is Junior, and that is Ralph Jr.
Ralph Jr.
And you can already see that he is from the affluent family in town, if I can only get this thing to focus.
If you go closer to the center, then it works.
Yeah, there we go. So look at how well dressed he is. But he's also from the octagonal home.
The octagonal home. Sounds ominous.
Yeah, it does. I'm Ralph Towns, Jr. I write herd over my little brothers and sisters, Rosie, Frank, and Theresa Towns. And I long for the day when I can set out on my own. It isn't too far away, but it isn't that close either. I am ambitious, but sullen.
Okay. So he's a troubled kid somehow.
Yeah, but
he keeps it to himself. His anger and resentment is bottled up.
Yeah, but I think also because he is the firstborn and he has to take care of all those siblings. And, he he likes the authority, but he actually hates having to look after them.
I think he's grown to hate his role as, the leader of the kids.
And there may also be pressure from his parents to marry. Maybe he's interested in Velma, but Velma probably thinks he's the most boring jock in town.
Definitely, yes.
Like, just look at him.
Yeah. They are neighbors.
They are neighbors. And of course, as everybody, they know each other very well. But, let me just see. Yeah, that's the farm. Okay. But, yeah. Velma is looking for something more than Junior.
Yeah.
But Junior's sense of adventure is probably more conservative in some way. I mean, I think he wants to perhaps go somewhere else and have his own farm and his own octagonal house.
Yes.
And I don't know. Yeah, I think...
Sextagon.
Yeah. More gons.
Yeah.
And his interest in Velma is probably, not really... It's just a sport to him, I think. I don't think that he has serious plans with anyone in town, but...
No, but I also think he has a sense of responsibility, that he can't just leave his siblings either. So he knows it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah. Let's see how he reacts when the pressure is turned on.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, Pearson. That's the weird guy.
Here we have Pearson in his little cabin there.
He looks a little younger than I thought, but okay.
He looks also a little bit demonic.
Yeah.
I'm Pearson, and I live alone. I built a little shack, and when they came to throw me out as an unpleasant parasite, I waved the deed in their faces. It's my land. Some of these words are just thrown in there. It's simple, and if I want to live on it alone in a miserable, leaky hut, that is my right. I'm fiery but strange. I would say you're fiery and strange.
And who are they who wanted to run him off the land?
Was it the
It's probably the towns, right?
the towns? Yeah, I'm just gonna do this because the towns. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ralph Towns, right?
Yeah. That's
Probably Ralph Towns because he seems to be sort of he sees himself as kind of the mayor of town,
yeah.
unofficial mayor of town.
Yeah. Since they moved in, they've taken charge. Before they came, this house or this town was going nowhere.
Yeah.
But now that they're here, they're taking over and they're gonna build it up on solid Catholic principles. And everyone will have octagonal houses at the end of this.
Exactly. But Pearson is not having it, and at least he has the deed for the land. So it is his. Yeah.
So Tatsevitzer says that Pearson is younger than I thought. Maybe he's the one who supplies tomes of wisdom to young Wilma. Oh, that's a good point. Probably Velma thinks that he is the most exciting character in town because at least he's different.
Yeah. And he maybe knows where some of these ancient burial grounds are. He knows where the artifacts are buried.
He may have relics in his own shack.
Yeah. So that's Pearson. Oh, we don't see him there. Hard to...
And he has already been nicknamed the Black Metal Thoreau.
Yes.
That's all right. Good, Pearson. You're over there. Next, I think it's nice that his house is next to Velma's house. I think that fits well.
Yeah.
Now comes Bopley. Bopley Towns, the wife of Ralph Towns, the postmaster and unofficial mayor. And she has short hair, which I don't know, for some reason I think that a little bit unusual. But I think...
Maybe in 1887 that was unusual.
I am Bopley Towns. The day Ralph brought me to Neola, I cried. Because it's a lonely, barren prison, and I had been promised freedom and paradise.
No, that's not Neola.
It hadn't exactly grown on me, but I have solace in my growing family. I am talented, but bitter.
So,
I love these little juxtapositions of keywords.
Yeah.
Because they give you like multiple directions to go in, right? Talented but bitter. So basically Ralph is a settler and he moved west. He bought a plot of land in Neola. He told his wife, Bopley, that, this is going to be a fairy tale and we're going to have our own farm and our own octagonal house and we're going to live there on the land and off the land and we're going to be someone in this town.
But Ralph seems like this kind of little tyrannical, power-hungry guy.
I mean, we haven't met him yet, but he does seem to be... Yeah, he does seem to want to be a big man in town. And the easiest way to be a big man around town is to be in a very small town, right?
That's like the easiest way to do it. So he's not that ambitious either.
Or perhaps he tried in bigger towns and failed.
It didn't work out.
And he just decided, let's go west, Bopley.
Yeah.
We'll find our own town and we'll take charge of that. And then they came to this barren hellhole.
Yeah, exactly.
And now she's bitter.
She's just bitter. So the one Telly is melancholic and Bopley is bitter.
Yeah.
That's great. It's a great start.
It doesn't seem like, very happy place, no.
He's the Alexis Colby of Neola.
I don't know who Alexis Colby is.
I don't know.
But I'm sure you're right.
And here we have Ralph Towns.
Oh, now he comes. Oh my God. He's got goggles.
True villain. The real villain of the town.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
All right, let's see what he has to say for himself here. I am Ralph Towns, Senior. I am postmaster here. All the government Neola is ever going to have. See, he sees himself as like the mayor of Neola.
But that's it. I mean, he wants to shape Neola in his own image. He must have been involved in that church burning.
Yeah, I think so. Or his henchman.
Or not himself, of course.
No.
But maybe he sent out Junior to do it.
Yeah. Neola is the postmaster is all the government Neola is ever going to have. That's a point of pride. I'm also Catholic, which sets me a mine apart from all other families. I'm kind but arrogant. It doesn't sound very kind, Ralph. And also, who says that about themselves?
I'm kind but arrogant.
At least he realizes how arrogant he is.
Yeah, but I mean, is this kindness a conceit? That he sees himself as someone who is kind to others.
Yeah.
But, his actions may also speak for themselves.
I think so.
I mean, he's dragged his wife out to this hellhole, and she's bitter, and he's not taking care of it.
No.
He's keeping Junior in this position of responsibility and basically stunting his growth. So, yeah, that may be Ralph speaking for himself there.
Yeah, I think so.
Does it say whether he is in the post office or in the home?
Put this card next to the Towns' house.
Okay.
Yeah. Tasafridris says, Postmaster, Sheriff, Judge, and Executioner.
Yeah.
I am a benevolent god. I think that's exactly what goes on inside Ralph's Towns' head. He's like the Judge Dredd of Neola.
Yeah. He's the Judge Holden of Blood Meridian. Yeah, we'll just rearrange a little bit. So that's Ralph. Yeah, he's of course at the top of the house.
Yeah.
And now comes Fate. I have no idea who Fate is. Perhaps it's one of the feral children.
Ah. Okay.
Oh.
Look like a scoundrel.
He is a bit of a scoundrel. Charming, but dangerous. He can get you into trouble. Yeah, do that. Gonna get into trouble. I'm Fate. Fate is short for Lafayette.
Ah.
French name.
Okay.
And I'm not from around here. I came here from a place far away where people wanted to kill me. There's no going back. That's all you get. I'm likable, but dangerous.
So he's maybe a charming guy, but yeah, he's dangerous. He said so himself.
And he's on the run, but he's charming. Now, we have an interesting choice here. And please feel free to chime in chat, because we need to decide which of the family Fate is boarding with.
Ah.
So he's paying someone to stay in their house.
Yeah.
And they probably know that he's got history. But if you don't ask questions, you don't get answers, and maybe it's easier that way.
Yeah.
So who is he boarding with? Who would take him in? I mean, I'm sure he's a guy that, again, someone like Velma with her sense of adventure or an eccentricity and darkness would be attracted to.
Yeah.
In a kind of, because he's mysterious.
But I don't think she makes those decisions.
It is Henry.
Yeah.
And he can smell this guy from a mile off.
He knows exactly what's going on here.
So if he took him in, it would only be to keep him under control.
Yeah. I think the Towns may be the Towns or the Sharps. That's maybe the most likely.
It could be because I think Ralph, I think Ralph's got a streak of something dangerous himself. So he might see Fate as a kind of an accomplice. So he might have Fate working as a clerk at the post office, delivering letters.
Okay, I see, yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad...
I'll give you a job and you'll have a bed to sleep in, but don't you touch my daughters.
Don't you cross me. Maybe that's a good way of keeping the riffraff under control, like these stragglers that come to town. Have them work for him, so he at least know where they are at all times.
And perhaps he also needs a strong man.
One to form his posse.
Yeah, one to burn down churches
exactly.
and go slap around people who speak out against him or whatever.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I think we should have him working in the post office.
We have a suggestion.
I'm voting for Swilla. She'd love the challenge of figuring this guy out. Well, you know what? That's actually another thing. On the Wizard stream, we cursed ourselves because we didn't follow Sticken's advice.
That's true.
So I think maybe we should...
If we rethink this, why would Swilla take him in?
She already has a lot to deal with, but maybe she could use an extra pair of hands around the house.
Yeah, I mean, she has her daughter and her daughter's husband
yeah.
and all those kids running around. And yeah, maybe she needs someone just to do odd jobs around the house. And perhaps she also is using him in a little bit in the way that we thought Ralph Towns might be using him, making him run errands to the other houses.
And
look in windows.
Yeah, exactly.
Pick up conversation.
So he's like the extended hand of Swilla.
He's like her raven flying around town, peeking in through the windows.
She's the Odin.
Yeah. Let's do that. Let's go with Stekken's suggestion here.
Yeah.
Thanks, you, Stekken. Fate is now lodging with Swilla. And I think, I still think that Ralph may have an eye for Fate, but he's probably also happy to have him off his property.
Yeah.
But, Ralph, he's someone who would exploit someone who has a troubled past and find a point where he can sort of blackmail him. So I'm sure that Ralph, he's been writing to other post offices to try to get information. Who is this Fate guy? Digging up dirt on Fate.
Yeah, definitely. And he's definitely going through his mail whenever, he
gets Fate ever gets mail, yeah.
I don't know if he does, but maybe he's wanted somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, someone was out to kill him, they said, anyway.
Yeah. Here we have Matty Mitchell.
Yes.
So that's the
daughter of... No, sorry. Maddie Mitchell. Try to read. I don't know.
Isn't that the wife of Luke's brother?
Who lives in the shop house.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah, Maddie and James.
Yeah. I am Matty Sharp Mitchell. Everyone knows me as old Swilla's headstrong daughter. And they were as surprised as I was when I fell for the Mitchell boy. But for all I did, the two of us are young and in love, and that's that. I am attractive, but unwise.
Uh-oh.
But she's headstrong, though. Yeah.
Okay. I see a plot forming.
Yeah.
Why would Swilla take in Fate? I mean, he can only mean trouble in a marriage.
Of course.
With her beautiful and slightly naive or unwise daughter.
Yeah.
So maybe Swilla secretly want to break up her daughter's marriage to the Mitchell.
Very possible.
Because she knows those Mitchells, you can see their bad luck, not having any children at all.
Yeah. Oh,
she doesn't want her daughter...
Well, they do already have a lot of kids.
They do already have a lot of kids.
Maybe that's what she's tired of.
Maybe that's what she's tired of. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know either. Yeah, she lives in the Sharp house.
Right. We're still missing James. He'll be there shortly. All right. Here he comes. Ooh, James Mitchell. What a guy.
I have to put it in the center, like, yeah.
There you go.
It looks almost like vampiric.
Yeah, I see. Oh, he has a straw in his mouth and his finger raised. He looks also... Yeah, he looks odd.
Odd fellow.
I am James Mitchell. My older brother, Luke, is like a father to me. And Swilla Sharp is like a mother. And I married her daughter.
That's a little bit weird. Little bit weird.
Her daughter, Mattie. And everything is just great.
He's also a bit naive, it sounds like.
Lacking any skills, I do odd jobs around Neola.
That's why they need Fate. Because he's useless.
He does odd jobs and he doesn't do them very well.
Oh no.
He's bad at chopping wood, right?
Oh no.
I am charming, but lazy.
Okay.
So Swilla is so tired of this lazy son-in-law around the house, who cannot even look after his own kids.
No.
Who, talks a lot, and he always praises his brother Luke. He looks up to him so much. but he doesn't do anything all day. And
That's where fate comes in.
that's where fate comes in. And this is a dangerous decision because Maddie may be happily married and everything, but fate knows a good piece of good-looking lady when he sees one.
I also like that it's up to Swilla because it's Swilla's house.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, she decides.
James is not paying the bills, that's for sure. So James and Maddie doesn't have a say in here.
No.
Even though they don't. When Fate first moved in, they didn't really trust him. They didn't really understand why it was necessary. They didn't really have room for him. But Swilla, she overruled their concern and said, Fate is here to stay.
Yeah. And in the beginning, he was just staying in the outhouse where all the tools were, basically the shed. But now, somehow, he's charmed his way into Swilla's heart, and suddenly he has a bed in the house.
Yeah.
Now he's sleeping down in the living room.
Yeah, and maybe they even had to give up the children's bedroom for Fate to move in.
Oh, maybe that's it, yeah.
So now the couple and their kids are like staying in this tiny room.
And the small kids, they're like sleeping in these like drawers in a commode that's been pulled out.
So Swilla
and Fate has a bed. And James, he definitely resents Fate. Like, what is this guy doing in our house?
And why does he keep looking at my wife?
Yeah. And Swilla is like, well, James, until you start helping out around here, Fate's gonna stay in that room.
Yeah.
But, it's also a challenge to James, maybe, to make him jealous, to make him step up.
I think that's Swilla. She's spinning this whole web, intricate web, and she's playing them like a fiddle,
Yeah. She's trying to set up this whole thing so that can actually finally have James stepping into character and become like a real husband to her daughter.
Yeah. Great.
So that was all the characters.
Really?
So we don't have the feral children. They're just there. We know they have children. We don't know how many. But I think in feral, we should also read into that they're not well looked after.
No, this is run around.
And it's again James who's just like, I can't keep track of all those children around the house.
I have things to do.
I have things to do, yeah. And then he walks off and he comes home with like, I don't know, like half a bread or something for some lumber job he did.
A little bit drunk.
A little bit drunk. And I think, Maddie still loves him, but Maddie is also unwise, right?
Yeah.
She's attractive, but unwise. This is an explosive house.
This is not going to end well.
No. I think...
I'm sorry, but it's not.
So what do we have here?
We have Neola.
We have Neola, and in the center of Neola is the town's house. The last family to move in, though, that may be quite a few years ago, because not a lot of people move in here.
And when they moved in, they kind of took over the place.
Yeah, surely but slowly.
They run the post office. They run the only communication to the outside world.
Someone else was running the post office when they came there, but that guy doesn't live around here anymore.
No. And we don't really know what happened to him.
He's just not around anymore. He had to leave.
And
he had a sick mother up north.
And the towns, they're firmly Catholic. And the only other family with any religion to speak of, they have had to leave. If we don't even know if they left or if they're still alive, because their church were burnt down.
Yeah.
Shortly after the Townses arrived.
I mean, that could, of course, also be a revenge from the Wichita tribe in the area who were run off the land. They could have returned to burn down that church.
We don't know. It's just a coincidence.
It's an open question.
It's an open question. We don't know.
And there's also an open well near that church, which really should be boarded up.
Someone should take a look at that well.
I would say so. Then we have like the Hetzels, which is also an interesting story. The parents are gone. Henry tells them that they left town to look for a better place to live. And Velma doesn't really know what happened to them. She may, the older she gets, the less she starts to believe in Henry's story about her parents. It's like, it's been too many years.
And maybe that's why she's so interested in the occult. Maybe she sees it as a way of getting answers.
Right.
What happened to her parents?
Yes. So she's ordering all these occult books, And Ralph Towns, he's frowning at that because he sees them all in the mail. Oh, Velma is getting another of those, ghost story books. And now what's this, the latest one about strange knocking sounds and howlings in corridors of haunted houses? And what's all that? Seances and stuff.
Satanic.
Yeah,
dribble.
he shouldn't be, and especially as a good Catholic, I mean, he shouldn't even be passing on those books.
No. And maybe he doesn't pass on all of them.
Maybe it's actually Junior.
So he fishes them out of the trash and sort of sneaks them over to underneath her doorstep.
Because he's so bored. And I think he's probably, is he interested in Velma? Or Maddie's married. Maddie is the beautiful girl in town.
Yeah.
But he can't have her.
No.
It's too late. And she's got kids, and she's also older than him.
Yeah.
So Velma is really the only one who is sort of available to him. And he's not really interested in her.
No.
But he would, he would take her to the woods and make out and then dump her the day after.
I also think he's just looking for company.
Yeah.
Because he's holed up with his family all day and he has to take care of all his siblings.
And perhaps he is, a little bit enticed when Velma talks about running away and seeking a new life and having an adventure. It's not really his kind of thing, but really he's getting so sick of Neola.
But there's no way that Junior's ever going to run away. He has too much responsibility that I don't think he has it in him.
He wouldn't show up the night they agreed to meet with their rucksacks and leave town.
Oh, no.
And then we have Pearson on the outskirts of town.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Stiggin says, Velma is playing Junior like a gothic Tamagotchi. Exactly.
A gothic Tamagotchi.
Yes.
There you go. I just need to look at Pearson again. He is fiery but strange, and he ponders all these mysteries. And he was. They wanted to throw him off the land. Yeah. And he waved the deed in their faces. Okay. So we had just finished populating the town, and we had a couple of insights in the dark. And we're just going to share them with you. So please think with us and feel free to add suggestions. But we were thinking about the marriage here between the Mitchells, Luke and Telly. And what we have discovered is that Telly is actually not pregnant all the time.
No.
In fact, it is Luke who is as barren as the land.
Sorry, Luke.
So Telly is just telling Luke that she is pregnant.
Yeah.
Basically to cover up for his impotence.
Yeah.
So to sort of save his face, she's telling him all the time that she's pregnant, but unfortunately she lost the child and they'll have to try again. And look, he is also kind of naive, but it's like he keeps trying. It'll work out. But secretly, Telly is actually plotting to adopt one of the children from the shop house.
Yeah.
Because they got so many children up here. And especially little Theresa, the youngest. She shouldn't grow up in that home. It's not a good home.
Oh.
I mean, James is not a good provider. He's not like Luke.
And they don't even have room for all those kids.
No. And James is not even there. And now that guy Fate moved in.
It's not a good place for a young girl to be raised.
And things are also happening between Fate and Matty.
Absolutely.
Because James, he is always going out doing odd jobs.
Mostly drinking.
But it's mostly drinking and playing cards. So he's away for long stretches of time.
Yeah.
So Fate makes sure that Maddie's bed is kept warm when James is not around. And at the same time, Ralph, he is receiving in the mail in the post office these wanted posters.
Yeah. And they bear a striking resemblance to the portrait of a certain Fate.
Yes.
Has moved in recently.
And we don't know exactly what it is fate has done, but there's something about a poker game and a man that was dead outside a saloon.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And for Ralph, he sees it as an opportunity because the reward for capturing Fate, dead or alive, is not very large. It's not really that interesting to Ralph in that sense. But he sees it more as an opportunity because now he has, a screw on Fate.
Yeah. So that also means that Ralph can use Fate as his henchman.
Yeah.
To do the dirty job.
Exactly.
And, as the mayor of town, not elected, but the self-chosen mayor, you sometimes need to have dirty dealings in order to, just keep the community safe.
Exactly. And sometimes there's a church that needs burning. Sometimes you need certain people to get the message, so to speak.
And lately, Ralph has been telling Fate that Pearson guy, we need to run him off the land because he waves that deed around, but maybe that deed could go disappearing.
What if the deed is not there anymore when he goes looking for it?
Right. But there's another person in town who has a vested interest in Pearson.
Yes. And Velma, because Velma recently has started to think, what really happened to my parents? She's starting to suspect that they might not be alive anymore.
Henry may not be telling the truth.
No. And she's finding little artifacts, letters, and certain pieces of evidence that is leading her to think that they may be dead.
And Henry's been telling her for the past 10 years that, they're just out looking for a new place to settle, and they'll call on you when they found the place. Yeah. And they'll find it soon. But she's heard that story one too many times.
And she not once has she received any evidence or letter or any note from her estranged family.
And if they are dead, the only way that she can actually get in touch with them is by communing with the dead.
She needs to, she has, from reading all these occult books, she has formed a plan. She has found the recipe for a sacred ritual that can put you in contact with a long lost loved one.
But she needs help. And that help is Pearson. Because Pearson has visions, as everyone in town knows. And she also knows that Pearson has been up at the hill late at night because she's seen him. And there is sacred ground in this village. This village is basically built on sacred ground. Just not sacred to the Catholics or the Protestants or any of the other denominations around town, but to the Wichita tribe who used to live here.
And part of the ritual, it does require certain artifacts that she has a strong sense that Pearson might be the one that is able to procure some of these elements of the ritual.
He may already have them, and he may also know something about how to conduct it. And she also has, instructions in some of the books that she's getting. Yeah. And maybe for now, Ralph Towns is sort of letting the books pass on to Velma because he likes having dirt on people. And he already has dirt on Fate. He knows that he's wanted for illegal gambling, possibly for murder, and he also wants something on Velma. Because his worst nightmare is that Velma should marry his son, Junior.
So he's already laying a trap, or sort of laying the foundation to sort of get rid of Velma.
He doesn't want his firstborn to marry an orphan.
No. Basically.
Yeah, that's the hard truth.
Yeah. So we already found all these intricacies in the relationships of the townsfolk here, and it's not pretty. It's really is not pretty. I mean, the only people that seems to sort of be blissfully ignorant of the goings on is Luke Mitchell. He thinks that his wife keeps getting pregnant, and so they, sorry, look, we can't have sex the next 9 months because I'm pregnant. And it's like, you don't look very pregnant. Trust me, I should know, right? if I'm pregnant or not. It's not up to you. It's like, okay, my dear. And then, he goes tend to the land. And then 9 months later, nothing comes of it. And then they'll have to try again.
And then he says, Telly, we have to try again. And Telly begrudgingly, obliges.
Yes.
And again, mysteriously, she gets pregnant very easily.
Yes. And then another 9 months passes. And so on and so forth. And then we have Bubbly. And she of course knows she knows that Ralph is a conniving plotter of evil schemes.
But she's also bitter. He took her out here.
Yeah.
And so she's the only one who has dirt on Ralph.
Yeah. She's the only one who can topple Ralph.
And I think, she's also a little bit at the end of her tether. So who knows how she would react if an opportunity arose for her to get out of Neola.
Yeah. Then we have Henry. And I think Henry is not wise to the fact that Velma has sort of more or less found out the secret that he's been keeping.
No. Because he just believes that by telling the same old story, she's going to keep believing it, because he's basically treating her as he treated her when she was 8 years old.
Yeah.
He has just never upgraded. In his eyes, she's still just that little young girl, that little young innocent girl running around with her ponytail. And yeah.
So I think Henry might soon be in for a rude awakening.
I am wondering if we should move a few characters around.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we should put Velma over at Pearson's shack.
Sure.
Because she is over there talking to him about if he can help her contact her parents, because she believes they're dead.
That's a great idea. Let's do that.
And then I also wonder if we should take James Mitchell out of the house, because he's never home.
James is where does he go? Where does he go drink?
To his brother?
Maybe he goes drinking in the barn with his brother.
Yeah, because his brother is hardworking, but James, he may also be suspecting that, maybe Telly is not always being sincere when she's saying to Look that she's pregnant again, because no one has ever seen Telly with a stomach. No. With a stomach, right?
No.
No one has seen a swelling stomach under the dress of Telly.
No. So I think they're cooked up in the barn at a little makeshift table where they share some of Luke's moonshine.
And Telly, she's at home. And Fate, he is basically in the same room as Maddie. Mm-hmm. And Swilla knows everything that's going on in that room.
She hears it. She knows. Yeah. And she knew what was going to happen the moment she invited him in.
Right. Junior, he's at home looking after his siblings, resenting it.
Is Ralph in the post office scheming?
I think Ralph is in the post office receiving wanted posters for Fate.
Archiving them for personal use so he can blackmail Fate.
Let's do that.
Tativitrir, they moved to a nice farm out of town. Blam blam. Who will Bubbly ally herself with?
It's a good question, and we'd love to have your insights here, because she's a little bit lost here. She doesn't have any obvious allies.
She's of course frustrated with Ralph. She knows all his dirty secrets because she's of course the one who has to. She sees all his paperwork laying around, strewn around his desk. So she's put two and two together a long time ago.
I'm sure that she does not want to split up the family as such. But I don't think at this point in time that she would actually mind if Ralph was dethroned.
Well, maybe that would...
Because then Junior would be the man in the house.
What do you mean dethroned as in
just being, defamed, and so she would finally be able to stand up to him and say, I'm leaving with the children.
Yeah.
Junior, take us away from here.
Yeah. Because Junior is starting to get old enough and he's responsible enough.
Yeah.
that he could maybe make it happen. But they do have to topple Ralph sort of as the head of the town, the head of the house.
Because I don't think Bobley has any love interest in town.
No.
But she wants to get out.
Yeah, she wants to get out. And she's tired of Ralph and his scheming ways.
Yeah. Too unhappy. Oh, sorry. What does it say? Could Bobley try to influence or befriend Selma? Or Velma?
Velma. Possibly.
Possibly, but yeah.
Maybe it's Bobley who is bringing the occult books to Velma.
Oh.
I think because as soon as Ralph sees that it comes from the Miskatonic University, these books that she's ordering, he throws them out.
Did Ralph have something? I'm not saying necessarily that he killed anyone, but does he have something to do with the fact that Velma's parents are no longer there?
Ooh.
And does Bobley know this? And is Bobley feeding Velma these rumors that her parents may not be alive? And is she somehow trying to make that story come back and, he'll hit Ralph at the back of his head with a sledgehammer?
Yeah, but also because I think Bobley feels very sorry for Velma. Because she knows what happened. She knows what happened up in the church.
And she also knows, she's a 16-year-old girl. You should not stay in this town. Bobley knows how frightfully boring this town is, what a hellhole it is. So she actually, she feels sympathy for Velma because she needs to get out of here. And I think somewhere in all this, Bobley is a little bit of a Lady Macbeth here. And if she can get Velma to... She doesn't believe in all that spiritual nonsense. She just wants to feed Velma the story that her parents are dead, and perhaps for that story to sort of come back and haunt the towns.
Yeah.
So Ralph, he can lose his position. This is devious double playing.
Definitely. Okay, so there's a lot going on here.
There's a lot going on. We probably need to start drawing some cards.
Yes.
But we have a lot of stuff set up. We move characters around a little bit. I hope you're still following. If not, just let us know. And also be free, of course, at any time to just come with suggestions. And now is autumn, and it is the first day of autumn. Leaves are here. I am good at this, but there you have it. Look at that. It's autumn. So, the message. Now comes the part of the game where we start assigning these cards to various people in the game. Geese flying south in the marsh on the Ninnesee River. There's a river nearby called the Ninnesca. This year they're strangely exhausted, and I trammed out there and shot one, but I shot it wrong, and it died badly, in a sad little pinwheel of feathers and blood. It looked deceased, and it all seems like a message. So the geese are sick.
The geese are sick. Who discovered that?
And who is such a bad shot that he couldn't hit this goose properly?
Could be Swilla.
She went down to the river to shoot a goose, you think?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Yeah. I'm also thinking James, a little bit of drunken shooting by the river.
Yeah.
He goes to the river to be alone and drink.
Just shoot animals.
And just shoot animals. Because he has to be this responsible father at home, and he cannot fulfill that role.
No, so he just wants something to go right, So
he just goes down there and he borrows a gun, or he takes his gun down there by the river. He sits and drinks. He sees a goose come flying and he shoots it, and suddenly it's like weirdly ominous. Why is the goose sick?
I think it's James, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also it's kind of scary that James has a gun, and
they all have guns. It's small town America.
Yeah, but he's the one who goes around with it when he's drunk, comes home to find his wife in bed with Fate.
Maybe that's why he's down at the barn. He's coming home from the river, and he tells Look. I went down by the river, and look at this goose I shot. it looks all weird. Its eyes are red and it has this strange wound on the side, which is not from the bullet, because I only hit its tail and then it fell down and died. Then what?
Autumn. Someone has to clean out the dead house. And the unenviable task has fallen to me. It is a squat stone octagon. Another octagon.
Oh.
The only stone building in Neola. And comically small. I sweep up the dust and make it sound to keep out vermin. I imagine bodies stacked here like cordwood until the ground thaws. Who is cleaning up the dead house?
Who has this unenviable task of sweeping up in the dead house? Yeah. Who is that? Is it Telly?
Could be Telly.
I mean, it could also be Swilla, I guess. Or is it... No, it's not Fate. He wouldn't.
No.
You cannot.
He's not dealing with that. I think... Or it could be Bubbly. Because they aren't... Well, maybe... No, she's
Bubbly
too...
in the dead house?
No,
she's
not.
Too posh?
Yeah, she's too posh.
I mean, it could be Look, but...
But maybe it's Henry.
Old Henry sweeping up in the dead house?
Yeah. Why not?
Why not? And also he knows... He has also been here a long time, right?
Yeah.
So... Yeah. So when he says that he imagined piles of corpses, he also... Is it a weird premonition? Will there be piles of corpses in the dead house later?
We'll never know.
This winter?
Probably yes. I think it's Henry.
Yeah, then let's say it's Henry.
Yeah. Can you put him up there?
Let's take Henry to the dead house. So now no one's home at the Hetzel farm.
No.
We also just found out that the dead house is the only stone building in town, meaning that the church that burned down must really have been a wooden church.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a weird sort of sick geese and sort of... But okay, who wouldn't have premonitions of bad stuff when they're sweeping up in a dead house?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
No.
Seriously. A Gilded Age. It's 1887, and progress marches on. I cling to scraps of news like a ratline. Grover Cleveland is president. Verdi's Ida is popular. Down in Agonia, in Summer County, they have elected a woman as mayor. Her name is Susanna Salter. In Chicago, the Haymarket anarchists are waiting to be hung. And here I am in Neola. Okay, all these exciting, progressive things are happening outside, and I'm stuck in Neola.
Could be... It's a very Velma thing to be thinking. But she has a lot going on already.
It could also be Bobley.
Could be definitely be Bobley, yeah.
Because she wants to be part of that. She wants to be part of that life. I mean, the idea was that they would come here and they would kind of be the center of a community. But this community?
Yeah. I think that's great that it's Bobley. She's just frustrated. She's bitter, you know?
Yeah. She's bitter that she's sitting here and the same stuff is happening over and over again. Yeah. And she's, every evening, she goes into the living room where Ralph sits around and smokes his pipes and reads through everybody's mail before he delivers it. And she always shows him, look at this, Ralph. Look at what's happening in Chicago. Look, they elected a woman as mayor. A woman as mayor, says Ralph. We're never going to go to Agonia. I mean, you know, the whole country's coming apart. So she's trying to, you know, use her soft power. She's trying to tell Ralph, please get me out of here. But Ralph is not listening.
But maybe she's already done with Ralph. I mean, she's done trying to coerce him.
Because he's not listening.
No.
He's not taking action.
No.
And Ralph is so obsessed with being this big guy, and he knows he cannot make it anywhere else.
He's obsessed with being the tyrant of Neola. He doesn't have time for anything goes on around the rest of the country.
He is deathly scared that a woman has been elected mayor.
Yeah.
Or governor or whatever it was. Mayor.
Yeah.
Because, that means that he feels threatened by it.
Yeah.
Can women be mayors? What is this world coming to? I have to
he definitely feels threatened.
Yeah.
So it's more reason to keep a tight grip on Neola.
So Bobley, she keeps on, pressing Ralph, but she's also just doggone tired of him not listening, which is why she started this whole thing of feeding Velma these stories about what really happened to her parents.
There you go. All right. Nightmare. I dreamed of being trapped. Everything was white and I couldn't breathe or move, and it was cold as death. Perhaps I was dead. When I woke up, I was hoarse from screaming, and worried faces looked down at me in the guttering light of a wax candle. Someone had a nightmare.
Someone had a premonition. Of something to come.
Yeah.
Of being buried in the snow.
Yeah.
And winter is coming, we all know that.
Yeah, of course.
So is this, maybe it's a nightmare. Maybe it's a vision.
Buried in the snow.
So it could just be that, a dream of feeling trapped. But it could also be a premonition of things to come.
Also, who is so attuned to the spiritual signals that are in the air?
Savitra suggests one of the old persons remembering something.
Would that be Swilla, perhaps?
It could also be Swilla. Maybe she has also seen that the geese are flying strangely this year.
But she can feel it in her bones.
She knows that, that portends a bad winter, a harsh winter.
But I think Swilla, she's seen it all before, She's seen people buried in snow. She knows what happens every winter almost. But that doesn't mean that she's not scared of it, because the older she gets, the closer it comes.
And we can also think of it in this way. Who tells this story to someone else?
Yeah.
Who has this dream? Because I feel like it's really a dream of being trapped. And I think there are many people who feel trapped in this town. And maybe they just tell it like a story, like, I had this dream of being trapped and drowned in the snow. And they talk about it as a psychological thing. But really, it's also a premonition. They just don't know it.
There are definitely several people here who are trapped. I mean, Junior is trapped. Satritra suggests Mitchell. Could be Luke or Telly.
I mean, I have this feeling that, Telly is feeling very trapped. In her life.
Extremely trapped.
And she might be telling this story to Luke. And Luke also just heard the story from James about that weird goose that was sick.
So maybe he's like, gathering the piece of evidence of what's about to happen.
I mean, he's hardworking but naive. So maybe he hears these stories and maybe he should heed a warning, but he doesn't. And maybe, Telly tells him, look, we never gets old in that household. Look, maybe we should stock up more grain for the winter. And he's like, oh, it's just a dream, Telly. It's just a dream.
But the thing is that Telly has this, she has a way, she can always just tell him, well, with the kid on its way,
Yeah.
Everything she wants, she just tells Luke, like, we have a kid coming. You have to think about the kid,
That's right.
So she's definitely persuasive in that way. It could also be her telling it to Swilla, but I'm fine with going with her telling it to Luke.
I kind of like the idea that Luke has all this information about the disaster that we know will come, but he doesn't act on it.
No.
Because, he's so naive. He thinks his wife is pregnant when she's not. His drunk brother, he thinks is having a, a great family life. Yeah, he doesn't get. I mean, that's also why he goes to the barn and sits with James while he's drinking.
Yeah.
Because he's like, he doesn't see it as a sign that something is wrong. He's, oh, James is around again. How nice. And he's so cheery today. And then he tells him about this weird deceased goose that he's bringing. And it's like, oh, that goose doesn't look very well. And he's just not, he's not reading anything.
He's not putting two and two together. That's fine. Let's give it to...
Let's give it to Telly.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, I know we're victim blaming a little bit, but at least look, he has some idea of what's coming, but he's not acting on it. He's the wrong guy to tell it to.
He has no power in this town.
Sure.
No one listens to Luke.
But if she had told us to Swilla,
Yeah.
Swilla might be something bad is coming.
Yeah.
She knows it.
But I think Swilla knows it anyway.
Maybe.
She's seen worse, probably even.
Yeah, but I think she can also perhaps, I don't know. I have this feeling that she might be able to read something into it, because I think she's cruel, but also she doesn't, want her daughter to die in a blizzard.
No, that's true. That's true.
But okay, Telly is having nightmares.
Not, who can blame her?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. That was you. That's me. Signs.
Signs and nightmares and messages.
Nature is speaking as the seasons change. The wasps are nesting high, and pigs are obsessively gathering sticks. There has been a halo around the sun for 5 days straight. The winter of 1888 is going to be very hard. Harder than I can bear. Harder than I can bear. So someone...
A feeble...
is interesting. It says, speak your truth or nature's truth. Does it say that on all of them? No. So this is also a chance for us to, reflect on nature. So is there also this sense that, man is somehow mistreating nature, or is there some kind of divine justice going on?
Could also be because they're talking about the pigs, and could also be that the livestock in town is having a reaction to what's about to occur.
Yeah, it seems that there are signs everywhere, and someone is fearing that it's going to be harder than I can bear this winter. So who is feeling that? Is that also someone who wants to get away, or? I mean, it seems a little bit defeatist.
Could also be the town itself, like the spirit of the town.
The spirit of the town,
or the ancestors of the.
Could it be the hill?
It could be, and I mean, I'm thinking like it's the buried ancestors.
The town is thinking this winter is going to be harder than I can bear.
Yeah. And I think the town is all the people who are buried there, for the last many centuries.
And maybe, I mean, the people, the Wichita was run off the ground.
Yeah.
They also want to reclaim their land. So they think nothing good. And they are in communion maybe with nature spirits.
Yeah.
Maybe they're preparing rituals of their own. Maybe they are somehow present in... they are basically the spirits that are floating around this town. Some see them and some don't.
Yeah.
I love it that it's basically all the dead Wichitas who were murdered when the settlers moved west.
Yes.
Who are goading nature on to demolish this town, which is infested.
Exactly.
Look at this town; it's infested.
And it's all these freaks living there who has all these, petty squabbles.
I mean, there are some sympathetic people in town, but it's the whole structure of it which seems rotten.
Yeah. I think there is a curse on the land, maybe coming from the Wichita, or the ancestral spirits within the ground. The hill.
So the hill is sending out signs.
Yeah. And it's basically alerting all the livestock, all the birds, all the pigs, all the cows that, you're not safe here anymore.
Right.
There is the damnation has come to these lands.
But that also means that at the moment when the spirit of nature is so strong, that is the best time if you want to commune with the other side. There is a gateway open here to the dead spirits, which is exactly what Pearson is telling Velma.
And the full moon is near.
We got to do it this winter.
Yeah.
This winter, when nature strikes, that's when you need to go to the hill.
Exactly.
Come hell or high water, you need to go there.
So they're planning a nighttime ritual at the old Wichita burial ground.
And they're waiting for nature to unleash her wrath. When the gates of nature opens, then they're going to go to the hill.
Yeah.
And find out the truth of what happened to Velma's parents.
Yeah.
And I think also Pearson, he's somehow taken Velma on board because he feels not only a connection to her, but also that some kind of direction in his own life, some kind of justification.
Yeah.
Because he can finally do something for someone else.
Yeah. And he knows a little bit about nighttime rituals.
Yeah.
It's not his first nighttime ritual.
No. He's been there before.
Yeah.
He was basically the guy who dug out the hill and robbed it of all his artifacts.
But, all right.
Perfect. Here you go.
Smoke. The buffalo grass is dying and prairie fires are burning. Everything is smoke. Can barely see my hand in front of my face, but the chores don't wait. And up there on the hill, I see a figure. A shape I don't recognize. Someone from elsewhere. They raise a hand and a thrill of fear runs through me.
Whoa, someone's up on the hill.
Someone's up at the hill. Ghost?
But the buffalo grass is dying and prairie fires are burning.
Someone is standing
smoke.
in the middle of a fire.
I can barely see my hand in front of my face, but the chores don't wait. So someone is out working in the fields, even though there's this smoke from these prairie fires everywhere. And then they see...
Maybe trying to contain it. Working on containing the fires.
Maybe also working on containing the fires.
Yeah.
And then they see someone up on the hill. And we kind of probably know who they see up on the hill.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that Pearson and Velma are up on the hill.
But why would they be waving?
Are they waving even? They raise a hand and a thrill of fear runs through me. Maybe he just sees it as a wave. Maybe they're just raising their hands to the sky.
Or maybe they're doing something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
They have a small cross and like small satanic looking cross that they're using in their rituals, man.
I mean, it could also be fate going up there on some errand that Ralph sent him on to bury something.
But I'm thinking it's more, it could be yeah, that's true. It could be a stone cold Western duel. Maybe this raised hand is a gun.
Yes. And he sees, what he sees is fate, or he sees fate's victim. And, it could be one of those drifters who come through town occasionally and who found out one thing too many about the going-ons.
He's heard, no, he may have heard that this was the last place that fate was ever seen. It was in this area.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's someone come to hunt down fate.
Bounty hunter.
It's a bounty hunter, and fate is having a duel on the hill in the cover of the smoke.
Yeah.
And the bounty hunter basically started these fires.
To sort of smoke him out.
To smoke him out, metaphorically, but also to create a distraction for everyone. And then set up this encounter with fate, like someone from his past who wanted to meet him, or hand over fate that gold that they stole together from that carriage they robbed, and they're finally going to split it.
Yeah.
But really, he's just going to send a bullet through fate's heart and get the reward from the wanted posters.
So there's a gunman on the hill.
I like that better because it introduces kind of a new thing into the story because we already know that they're going to go to the hill later.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really add anything to put them on the hill, I think.
No. There's a gunman, a bounty hunter.
We still don't know whether, because it's difficult to see, who is seeing the person on the hill? It's someone who's out working.
No, but it's Fate because he's struck with fear because he knows.
Oh, you think it's Fate who sees him?
It's Fate who sees him.
Okay, I think there was an actual duel going on up there and someone sees Fate up there.
Oh, so Fate is up there with a gun.
And Luke is out working in the field and he sees the silhouette of someone recognizable.
Like that. Oh, yeah, that could be also. Yeah, sure. So he sees the back of Fate and he's looking, and Fate is looking on to someone else that we don't see.
Yeah. And, shots ring out or whatever that loud sound was, thunder in the distance. And someone is going to get buried at that hill and someone is maybe going to be found later.
Yeah.
Because it's not Fate going down just yet.
No. But okay, let's put Fate up at the hill then.
Yeah. Like that.
In a duel. Gunslinger.
And also, just for everybody's information, we are allowed to put multiple cards on the same persons.
Yeah.
So it's not like every person has to have a card. And some persons may be very minor characters in the story. We don't need to involve everyone.
Yeah.
But I like, now Fate's past is basically coming to haunt him.
Yeah. So he has a duel on the hill.
Oh, that's great. Let's see what happens then. Bandits.
Bandits. Maybe though they're the same ones that came for Fate.
My team of oxen have been stolen. This is as good as putting a bullet in a brain. If we can't plow, we won't eat next year. No one who lives in Neola could have done it. No one would dare. No one could hide such a crime. It was a bandit of some variety and they need to be found and punished.
I don't think it was a bandit. I think the animals have run off.
My team of oxen have been stolen. Yeah, they're just not there.
Yeah, because we know how skittish the animals have become.
But who wants to get rid of who in this town? Whose animals are they? And who is it who has had his oxen stolen? Is it Luke? Or is it James? Or, I mean, it could also be...
Could be Swilla also. She might have some livestock also.
She might also have some livestock. And now she needs someone to take care of it. Maybe that's what's going on the hill. Maybe she has seen someone in the field with her animals, and she tells Fate to go after that guy.
Yeah. So it could be both Fate or Swilla that has that sort of wording there. But
it says my team of oxen have been stolen.
But if Fate is out caring for the oxen, and then
sure.
So it could be either or.
But do you think? Because what I'm thinking is that maybe if it's Fate, then he's acting on his own accord. But don't you think that because Swilla, she knows that Fate is betting her daughter Maddie,
yeah.
So she has this sway over him. Just like Ralph has, basically.
So she has sent him out.
To basically take care of those bandits.
Yeah.
Because she's cruel.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
And she's just a realist. Like, if someone steals my oxen, they go down.
They go downtown. Yeah, I'm sure. Bandits.
That's Swilla. That's Swilla's swift
but I
and
think
hard justice.
But I think it wasn't...
I
don't know if it was
necessarily bandits.
No, it's not necessarily bandits. I like the idea that they have run off. They just tributed to bandits.
But I mean, we also know, of course, that the whole hallowed ground that the village is built on itself is scaring the animals.
Yeah.
So she may also be sending Fate on some wild goose chase.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this may be like a parallel occurrence to Fate meeting the bounty hunter who's after him.
Yeah.
Or maybe the bounty hunter is getting close to the house and he's scaring up the oxen, or he's letting them out in order to get Swilla to send Fate out to get the oxygen, and then he's in an ambush.
Yeah, something like that. Something. Maybe it's the ambush. Who even has livestock?
Well, Swilla had livestock.
Not anymore.
But not anymore.
Luke probably has some also.
Yeah. And I don't know if the towns, they deal in livestock.
Maybe not.
I guess Pearson could have like
maybe
a couple of sheep or
he has maybe some
something,
pigs
whatever,
or some sheep.
pigs, yeah.
Henry Hensel could also have maybe some chickens.
Yeah. Yeah, Henry, of course, could have the Hessel farm.
Mail. A letter arrived for me with desperate news. And I sent a letter in reply, and now the mail is late. The mail is eternally slow. The mail will never arrive. This terrible thing won't be resolved before the snow falls and the roads choke up, and I will have your answer in the spring of 1888. Maybe never. Someone has sent a mail and is not receiving a reply back.
And what are they asking for?
Well, it is a response. They've sent a response, a reply to a letter.
Okay.
The mail will never arrive. This terrible thing, I'm guessing this is what the mail is about. Mm-hmm. This terrible thing won't be resolved before the snow falls and the roads choke up. And I will have your answer in the spring of 1888, or maybe never. So someone is reaching out.
Right.
Someone from the town is reaching out, but they know that they won't receive the answer in a year's time or so.
With desperate news. What is the desperate news that someone received? I mean, we've already talked about fate and all that, so we kind of know that.
I mean, Bubbly would be interested in some contact from the outside, definitely.
Yes, this desperate news. I mean, it could also be, yeah.
Tatsrija says someone wants to escape, but Ralph is delaying it. He is the postmaster after all. Who does he want to keep in town for winter?
Bobley,
yeah.
So perhaps, is it something like Bobley's sister is terminally ill?
Yeah.
And Bobley sees this as a chance
to go visit.
To go visit. So she sends that letter like, so where are you? Because she just knows that she's taken ill and she's gone to, some kind of hospital or some kind of home. She's asking for her. Where can I visit her? Where is she? And she wants to come visit, and she's waiting for that reply.
Yeah.
And the reply has come.
But Ralph is keeping it in the safe.
It's in the safe.
Yeah. The only place that Bobley doesn't have access to.
So Ralph is really losing his grip.
Yeah, and he's trying to sort of keep all the cards in his hand,
He's keeping too many secrets.
Yeah. It's coming undone, Ralph.
And, yeah, I like that. So now it's gone from her being resentful about, all the progress in the outside world, to now she has received word that her sister is deathly ill, and she's desperately waiting where she goes with him, and he is keeping her from it. That is cruel.
That's really cruel. Ralph. Bloody Ralph. All right.
Interesting.
As Richard also said, it could also be news of Velma's parents.
Yes, I was thinking that too. I just don't know that they would write back.
I also think that Velma is about to discover the news on her own.
I think so. I think we have a different route for her.
Yeah.
But I think Bobley, she's also at the point where she's having these big arguments with Ralph in the evening, saying, "Look, I haven't heard from my sister, but I'm going anyway. I'm going to where I know that she was last, and they will know where she is."
Yeah.
And Ralph is like, "No, you have to wait for the letter. You cannot just come barging in like that. You don't know what is out like there." So they're having these arguments, and Junior is having to listen to these arguments, making me more sick of being stuck in this town.
Yeah.
All right. Unease.
Yes.
This land is covered in endless buffalo grass and scorched by constant moaning wind. It's fertile if you know what you're doing, but utterly unforgiving. The summers will burn a person up, and the winters will crack your bones. Right now it is in between and as pleasant as it gets. That won't last long, I think.
So it's basically a premonition as we've had before.
Yeah, it's again this feeling that it doesn't add too much, but someone is uneasy about the whole thing. It feels like this cannot last.
No, this cannot last.
I mean, winter after winter, they're being ground down. And things are getting worse and worse and worse. And this just cannot.
Tadrija says Pearson is feeling something.
An unease,
Yeah.
And
I think it could definitely be Pearson.
it could definitely be Pearson. I think that's fine, actually, because
he's on the outside looking in, basically.
Yeah. And he's right when he says, right now is as pleasant as it gets.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is as pleasant as it gets, right?
Yeah.
And that won't last long, I think. But I think he's also basically hoping for it to end.
He doesn't care. He doesn't have skin in this game,
No, but he's also
the outsider.
He's on the side of the land, basically. He's on the side of the Wichita spirits.
I think it's Pearson.
Pearson feels the unease. And he, of course, communicates that to Velma, which only makes her more determined to make that connection.
He's also saying that if we're gonna do this ritual, now is the chance.
Now is the chance. It's coming. You got to be prepared. Like any moment, you got to be able to. At the first sign, you have to run to the hill. We meet at the hill. You come by me, come by my shack, pick me up, and we'll go to the hill. We only have the one chance.
The will. I have a good sound well, 35 feet deep and lined with stone. And I keep milk and cheese down in it to stay cool. But today, there's no milk and no cheese. It was stolen in the night and hatefully replaced with something loathsome. Now it's poisoned, and I know who did this. Someone in the dead of night has stolen
the milk and the cheese
from the well
and replaced it with
something loathsome.
And now it's poisoned, like the well is poisoned? No, it was just a storage.
Yeah, it was a storage. And now it's poisoned. The well is poisoned. Was it? Or was it?
It's been replaced with something. And
there is no milk and cheese. It was stolen in the night and hatefully replaced with something loathsome.
I think that this "I know who did it" doesn't necessarily mean that the person knows who did it. It means that they think they know who did it.
They think they know who did it.
They think they know. And who is vengeful and spiteful and hateful, and who has a whole well lined up with milk and cheese?
Probably Ralph, right?
It's kind of difficult to see anyone else.
Who has cattle? Tatsritra asked. Well, we had Swilla had some oxen.
Swilla had some oxen, yeah.
And Luke might also have cattle.
He may also have cattle.
But it could still be Ralph, because Ralph, of course, just buys or
No, I think he hoards it.
He hoards it, and he takes it like as taxes, basically.
He knows that every winter is hard, and you need to have a storage.
Yeah.
And he keeps it for himself in his own well.
Yeah.
And no one knows about this storage.
Except for.
So let's say it's Ralph.
It's Ralph.
And then let's try to think of who Ralph thinks did it.
But Ralph, in his mind, the reason why Ralph has so much milk is that he, instead of paying taxes directly to Ralph, they pay him in milk and cheese and sausages and labor. Scrooge McRalph, yes.
Yes. So he hoards all this stuff because he wants to keep safe through the winters, and he knows how harsh they are.
Yeah.
And the community actually only survives if you share. But Ralph is not into sharing.
But Ralph is also paranoid, so he's probably blaming half the town for this one.
I mean, if we look at it, who could have done it? Fate could definitely have done it to sell it off to someone.
Yeah, he's scrupulous.
But he may also be too afraid of Ralph to do it. But he could definitely have done it.
He could also blame Pearson.
It could also be Pearson. But
could definitely be Pearson.
But
also.
it could also be Ralph blaming Pearson.
Yeah.
And basically telling Fate, look, it can't stand. You need to not just run him off the land. He needs to not survive this winter.
Yeah. And if you don't find milk and cheese in his storage, we'll place something there.
Yes. And
once you've taken care of him.
Yes, but what is this?
Smoking gun.
The well where he keeps it. Is it the well up by the church?
I don't think so. That's too
weird for Ralph.
Yeah, it's too weird. I think everyone has a little well.
Then it should be Pearson who has a storage of cheese up by the well by the burned down church where he also took all the lumber. And now it's been stolen. He knows that Ralph did it.
But also, the well doesn't belong to Pearson. Only in his mind does it belong to Pearson. And does it belong to him?
Yeah. So
who is he blaming?
He's blaming Ralph. Because Ralph is trying to run him off the land. And that only strengthened Pearson in his resolve to just basically obliterate this town. He is in cahoots.
He's vengeful now.
He's in cahoots with nature.
Yeah, sure.
Isn't that a better?
Yeah, that's sure. Let's do that.
What do we have any? I think we have something in chat.
And thus, who knows that he has a stash? Well, I guess we don't know.
Ralph knows everything.
Well, we also don't know exactly. We don't know who took it from Pearson, but we do know that he's blaming Ralph anyway.
That's true. I mean, anyone might have taken it. It might also be Swilla.
Yeah.
It could actually easily be Swilla because she knows what's going on, and she could have, told James for once, go up or she could have, like, everyone is using Fate. I mean, I'm almost starting to develop some kind of sympathy for Fate because he's been driven around by all the people.
He's being used, basically.
He's basically being used, right?
So if you in cahoots with nature, you almost make that sound like a bad thing. Scheming and plotting with nature.
Not in this community. So, guys, now we are arriving at first snow. So we're basically moving into Act 2. But this is the layout of the land right now. People are moving around a lot. We can talk about that at the end. This is a feature I like that the Isabel didn't have, that there's a dynamic to moving the people around.
I think it's great. And also it's quite free flowing. You can just do it if whatever you like, whenever you like.
Yeah, I like that. It feels more movable somehow. But what do we have some last thoughts there?
Says, or is Fate the observer, the Clint Eastwood silent gunman of this tale? Town with no name, isn't that the one where he just comes to town and he avenges, like he takes on his revenge on all this townsfolk?
I think it's the one that's based off Red Harvest by Dashiell Hammett.
But isn't that the Town with No Name?
Maybe it's called. Is that with the Bruce Willis? No, or is it Clint Eastwood? I'm thinking of this one where he comes to this town and he sets up the factions in town against each other.
That's another one.
There is a Bruce Willis remake of that, which is a remake of. It's the same story in Yojimbo, and the story that comes from Red Harvest that Dashiell Hammett wrote in the 20s. But
the Town with No Name, I think the story there is that they had whipped him or tried to burn him or something like that, but he survives. Then he comes back and he basically takes revenge on the whole town.
Right.
For a few dollars more or fistful of dollars. But I don't think those... But those two, is that a revenge story? I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, me neither. But I think, anyway, I mean, we can have it in the back. Right now, my feeling is that Fate is not that clever to run a scheme. But I don't know. We may discover something about Fate.
I like the idea. that he has some tricks up his sleeve that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, because right now he's just running errands for everybody.
Yes, but or is he just letting them think that he's running errands for them?
And is he setting up? Is he the one who steals the cheese to start this conflict? And is he the one that runs the oxen off the land? Is to make everyone suspect everyone else?
So he's like this Joker character, you know,
who's trying to set everyone up because he's also trying to get a foothold in town.
Yeah.
It's a good suggestion, Satsavitra. Let's keep it in mind as we go forward.
All
right. We'll be back, and then for real, it's winter time.
Then it's winter time. So Yojimbo equals fistful of dollars. That's true. Yes, you're right. That's how it is. Where there's two gangs fighting, and he comes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
the Bruce Willis one.
The Bruce Willis one is after Fistful of Dollars, of course, and I can't remember what that's called. It's just he drives his car in the beginning and he comes.
Yeah, and it's like 1930s.
Yeah.
It's all great films.
All great movies. It's basically a great sort of
great premise.
It's a great story. All right, we're back in Neola, and autumn is ending, and the first snow is about to fall. And there's a lot going on in this town. You know, honestly, there's just a lot going on. I think it's too difficult to make like a full recap, but there's a lot of maneuvering. I don't know should we just open up for that one intrigue?
Well, we did talk about what might have been going on in these last weeks of autumn.
Yes.
And the thing is, Bubbly, she is growing extremely tired of being under the tyranny of her power-hungry man, husband Ralph.
And when he's out of the house, Junior is taking Ralph's role, and Junior is basically just as much of a tyrant as Ralph is.
He is basically Ralph Jr. And Bubbly can't take it anymore.
No.
Two petty, power-hungry men, and she can't deal with it. She wants out.
So she has been talking to Fate, who is a lot in the town's house.
Yeah. He's basically an employee of Ralph of sorts.
And Ralph is keeping her from going to visit her sick sister. So she has been telling Fate that if he wants to help her, she comes from a wealthy family. She's telling Fate anyway.
Yeah.
And Fate is like, well, if you can get the key to that safe in Ralph's office,
then I can get some horses.
And I can get you out of town before winter comes.
But you have to promise me 50% of the contents of the safe.
Absolutely. And Bobley's using all her charms on Fate.
Yeah.
And Fate is not one to back down from an adventure, especially not when there's money involved.
Absolutely not. And he's seen what this town can do, and he's already had a first encounter with some evil bounty hunters that are hot on his trails. So he's fine with leaving town.
The ground is hot under his feet.
Yeah.
He's already taken one down and buried him by the locust tree on the top of the hill.
Exactly, yeah. So he's ready to leave town, but now he's got a sweet deal, potentially, with Bobbly, if she can get that key from out of Ralph's, desk drawer.
So there is a getaway story brewing here.
Mm-hmm. So we have to see if Bobbly is able to sort of lure Ralph out of the office for once.
Yeah.
And if she can get her hands on the key to the safe. And hopefully, and she doesn't, she actually never looked in the safe. She just hoped that there's money inside.
Yeah.
And what else might be inside? We don't know.
The letter from her sister.
There might even also be the letter from her sister.
That telling her, oh, I'm there, please come quick.
Yeah.
And Ralph has kept it from her.
Yeah.
And when she sees that letter, there is nothing that can hold her back.
She might be extreme. Yeah. Let's see what she feels about Ralph at that moment when she realized that.
Okay, guys, first snow falls. And let's see what happens. Fall has ended, and winter begins with a fine heavy powder. All of Neola is snuck in their homes.
Okay. The killers. The prairie is a frozen tomb.
Uh-oh.
And the wolves and coyotes are no longer shy. They smell the pan grease, and every morning their tracks are right outside the door. Every night they sing. It's a bad sound. The sound of my killers biding their time. It wears on me. We're the outsiders here, not them. So the wolves and the coyotes are nearing.
Tasevich has a good point here. Are everybody home now?
Not everyone.
But we could, like, Fate is probably not on the hill anymore.
No. Is he visiting the town's house?
I was thinking that.
While Ralph is at the office?
I was thinking exactly that.
And I think Velma is probably also home now that Pearson is no longer.
And Henry is finished tidying up. And also probably Pearson is in the shack.
Yeah. James
is running the household when Ralph is out of the house, I guess. James is drinking as usual in the bar.
He's drinking with Luke. They both have sorrows to drown.
Yeah. And Telly is at home, feeling depressed, having nightmares, but also feeling unable to act.
Yeah.
And Swilla, she is at home with her daughter.
Tending to the kids, perhaps.
Yeah. And
but we don't know much about what goes on.
I don't exactly know.
What is Maddie up to?
I mean, Maddie, she's having this affair with Fate. So...
just coming to an end.
Which seems to be coming to an end because Fate is planning to leave Bopley, which she, of course, hasn't told Maddie. So maybe Maddie is still being kept happy with Fate. And Swilla is like, if that husband of yours, James, doesn't straighten up, I'd rather see you with Fate because at least, he's a crafty person.
Yeah.
So who has the wolves outside their door? We are the outsiders here, not them. Again, it's nature exacting its vengeance on the town.
Yeah.
So who is observing this?
Who is observing this? Observing the wolves approaching seems like something Swilla or Pearson would do.
I was thinking Swilla, yeah.
Yeah. I think Swilla is good.
Good. So Swilla knows actually that they are living on
absolutely
borrowed time.
Yeah.
And she knows that the only way to survive this is to stick to your family and keep the family close. And that guy James, he's not going to get us through winter.
No.
But Maddie, you gotta put on your makeup and keep Fate in the house because without him we won't survive winter.
He's the guy who can help us through winter.
You gotta go and get Fate back. So she's basically telling Maddie, go to the town's house and get Fate to come back.
Oh no. What a dramatic turn of events.
Right?
This is pure drama.
Yeah.
As if it wasn't tricky enough to sort of escape.
And now she's just alone on her porch with her gun waiting for the wolves in her rocking chair.
Yeah, definitely.
The ghost of fire.
Oh, wow.
This cold is like the ghost of fire. It has driven me to an angry madness. I have gone to extravagant measures to keep it out. I covered the inside of my house with newspapers and wheat paste. Nothing keeps it out, and it mocks me, leaving ice on my walls. My rage grows. So someone here is taking up a losing battle against nature.
Yeah.
Who is so stubborn and...
We know that Ralph could probably,
I'm thinking of Look a little bit here.
Look.
That finally, like, something is stirring in Look.
Yeah.
Because he's also angry that his wife is not carrying his children.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a deep resentment growing in their marriage.
Yeah, this is not about the code. This is about, his wife not telling him the truth, basically.
Yeah, and he kind of senses that because James is telling him in his drunkenness, you know what Swilla always says? She always says that Telly of yours, she ain't never pregnant. She just says so. That's the oldest trick in the book. That's what women do to keep the husbands out of their beds at night.
Yeah, that's why Luke is so cold all the time. He doesn't get to sleep in their marriage bed.
He sleeps in the barn with the animals.
Yeah. Sure, that's Luke.
That's Luke. Okay.
Is he angry at Telly or angry at the world, nature, those damned Wichita? I think he's angry at the world. He feels great injustice.
Yes, but I think it grows out of this whole relationship that he's in, and that he's like, he can grow weed, but why can he not grow children?
Yeah.
It's unnatural.
And his brother could do it, so why can't he?
And I think if he was a little smarter or a little more tuned to the world, he might sense that this whole Wichita spirit thing that is provoking nature, he would figure that out somehow, like Pearson can. But he doesn't. No. He just gets angry and cold.
Yeah, and I think he's frustrated, basically.
Yeah.
And now that it's starting to get cold, everything goes on his nerves, and he's just like a little bit frailed.
And he's just starting to having big fights with Telly because he's starting to insinuate what James is saying.
Yeah.
That
James says that Swilla says that,
that's like, how come you so sure you're pregnant? I have never felt no babies kicking in your stomach.
Poor Luke.
Vigilante?
Not vigilante, but vigilance.
All right.
I've never heard that word before. I'm sure it has...
Vigilance?
Vigilance, sure.
There you go.
I get it. Okay. Vigilance. The black locust stopped the hill... the black locust atop the hill exploded. Because cold enough to make trees explode is something you can say about Neola this winter. And someone mistook it for a gunshot and huffed out into the bone-cracking pitch-black night, an alert for bandits. Shot me square in the chest. Speak your truth and then go to the dead house.
Whoa, someone's been shot.
Mistaken for bandits.
Up at the hill.
Yeah. Vigilance.
Okay.
Someone...
There was this sound up at the hill.
The tree exploded from
the cold.
Frost, yeah.
Someone mistook it for a gunshot, ran up there, and got shot. I kind of want to be Fate to be the one reacting to a gunshot, but I don't want him to get shot.
I think he's also the one who's quick to pull the trigger. He's already been up the hill.
He wouldn't have been shot if he went there.
He's already been up the hill fighting gunmen.
Look, now the game goes into this mode, which is what I love most about Desperation, is that you build up all these storylines.
Yeah.
And now you actually have to kill some of these characters. And it's really hard because you want all of these storylines to develop, but you can't.
You know what? I think Tatsubishi also says we're close enough to hear that. But Fate and Henry are both quite close. Henry goes up to check it out.
And now Velma is alone in the house, and she finally reads all those letters that Henry has been receiving, which basically tells the story of the sad news that came when it's true that her parents went out to seek a better home. Yeah. But they were attacked on the road.
No, wait, they burned up in the church.
They burned up in the church.
Yeah.
They built the church and they burned down.
Yeah.
And
when she was just a tiny, small baby.
And Henry has the proof, these letters. And Henry, he still secretly suspects Ralph.
Yes. And Bobley knows that it's Ralph. That's why she has this guilty conscience towards Velma.
Oh my God. So when Henry was up tidying up the dead house and he saw those piles of bodies lying there, what he was actually seeing was a premonition of his own death.
Yes. So he goes up to check out what he believes to be a gunshot up at the hill.
he goes up with his old rifle and in the first snow.
And Fate comes running after him, but so far behind that all Fate sees is a silhouette with a gun on the hill. And so what he does, as Fate always does, he draws a 6-shooter and puts 2 holes dead in Henry's chest.
Okay, so it's Fate who shoots
Yeah,
Henry.
of course. Because Fate is in gunslinger mode. Just this autumn, he was up, killing he killed that one bounty hunter that came for him. So in his mind, the bounty hunters are coming over the hill to get him.
So when he returns to the town's house, he says, I got up to the hill and old Henry's been shot.
Yeah. Bandits.
Yeah. But I ran them off.
Yeah, don't worry. I scared them away. Oh my God.
Okay, so we have our first casualty of tonight.
Yeah.
Henry Hetzel, shot dead by Fate up at the hill.
It's a murderous hill.
So now Velma is alone at the farm.
Yeah.
Getting desperate. Sally. My horse Sally slipped her halter and fought her way up the hill and ate her fill of black locust bark, after it exploded, of course.
Yeah.
And now she's pissing herself and falling over and dying. I loved that horse. I needed that horse.
Needed it to escape?
Oh my goodness. Is this part of the escape plan going wrong?
Is it one of Bobley's horses?
Is it one of Bobley's horses?
Now she can't escape anymore. Oh no.
Or she'll have to escape on foot.
Yeah. Or is it? It could be one of Bobley's horses.
Could also be one of Luke's horses, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Because I kind of want their... But I mean, let's say Bobley's horse is gone.
Mm.
You can always borrow Luke's horses.
Luke's he likes to sleep in the morning, so plenty of time to go.
So Sally is basically the horse that Bobley has been... It was her only comfort, was riding around town on Sally. And now that Sally is gone...
And she was also sort of getting it ready to make her escape with Fate.
Absolutely.
But now she has a problem. Now she needs to get a new horse.
Which means that she gets to involve herself in even more devious behavior.
Yes. Bobley, what have you gotten yourself into?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so the tree exploded. The horse went up, ate the bark, and died.
Henry got shot. The horse is dead. Okay, fear. Some people are afraid of death, but I am more afraid of life beyond the blurry boundary that keeps decent people from cutting each other's throats. The things that push one past the boundary, isolation, hunger, hopelessness, aren't just coming, they're already here. People are beasts, deep down, and I'm afraid. So once again, the people in the town are realizing, or at least this character is realizing, that this is not gonna last.
Is this Telly? Because Telly is now being pressured supremely by Luke, who is starting to accusing her, rightfully actually,
Yes.
of feigning pregnancies.
Yeah, and she's been doing that for the last 5 years.
And perhaps is she getting into a state of desperation? And that she may now, we don't know what she's capable of now.
I think this could very well be Telly, yeah. Because she has this melancholic disposition. And so her response is not to sort of be angry or to act out. She just becomes more afraid.
Yeah.
And more isolated.
Yeah. And she feels that the whole world is conspiring against her.
Yeah.
But it also means that I think she is more and more getting into an unpredictable state.
Sure, yeah. For sure.
So I think she's a gun ready to go off somehow. She could throw herself in the well, or she could hit her husband over the head with a poker.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already established that her name basically means missile or javelin or spear.
That's true. Trapped. There's snow and rain and snow and rain, and the ice is as thick as fieldstone over everything. I'm trapped indoors, sealed in as though ice were lead and my home were a coffin. It led to panic, and panic lead to unwise decisions I will regret. Who is getting desperate? I mean, Velma is sitting alone in her house with no one to take care of her. Maddie may also be... Yeah.
Maddie went to the town's house to get resolution. But all that happened was that Fate went out and shot Henry. So I don't know.
Perhaps they went back to the shop house?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I think, Fate wouldn't stick around,
No.
But maybe Maddie is growing bitter because she feels that Fate is moving on.
She's feeling trapped because she saw that look in his eyes when he looked at Bopley.
Yeah. So now she's feeling like, okay, this is not going to last.
So she is also getting into a state of panic. And panic will lead to unwise decisions I will regret, which may be, I don't know, what will she do? Is she so...
Maybe she's having this argument with Fate. Maybe she's saying, why, tell me, if you're losing interest, just tell me. Do you want me to get rid of James? Is that what you want? Is that...
This is brilliant.
I'll do it.
And Fate say, sure, you do you.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a future for us.
Yeah. Because he's always playing along. He's been playing along with everyone.
He basically wants her out of his hair. And he knows that if she, kills off her husband, then, the town will take care of her.
But Fate is like the kind of guy that during the day, he's your best friend.
Yes.
But when night comes, you never know what's going to happen. So he's playing along with everyone. He's the best friend of Ralph. He's the best friends of Swilla and Maddie and Bubbly and everyone. He's like the greatest guy in town. But when night comes, he's out there with his 6-shooter.
Okay, what I'm seeing here is that Luke has gone back to the farm to confront Telly about her pregnancies.
So they're having that argument.
And Maddie has been convinced that Fate wants her to kill her husband so that they can continue together. So she's gone down to the barn to look for him.
Yeah, she wants results.
And she's carrying a gun.
Yeah.
And she comes down and she finds him hopelessly drunk in the barn.
Luke felt sorry for him, and he's sort of made a little makeshift bed for him in the barn because they're so used to drinking together, and it's not always safe to send James home. So sometimes he just sleeps in the barn, which, to Maddie's frustration, of course.
Of course.
Tatsevich, this is getting a bit Barnaby.
Well, everyone's out to get everyone else.
You're saying it like that's a bad thing, Tatsevich.
It's because of the cold. It's because of nature. It's because of the coming blizzard.
What happened to the occult angle? Well, the occult angle is, of course, still there.
It's still there, and
but Velma
I'm just
and Pearson,
waiting for something that can trigger Velma into action.
Because this is we're starting to get to the point when the ritual needs to be performed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Let's see here. The accident. I found the person who fell through the ice into the Ninishkash River just north of town. They wanted a fish to eat, and now they have drowned or frozen. Makes no difference. The body is contorted and hard as stone. The face is twisted into a rictus of terror and agony. Put them in the dead house.
Who do we know that goes to the river? And who do we know that might have an accident at the river?
Who went? I don't remember who went to the river. Was it James? So Maddie lures James for a walk. We need to have a talk.
We need to talk.
Yeah. Let's go down to the river where we first met. One of the drunk Mitchells?
Yes, James.
James Mitchell. So she lures him out down to the river.
It's not an accident.
It's not an accident, man. And you know, it's the end of the day, so it's like the sun has just gone down. They're standing up there, and James like, isn't this a little cold for taking a walk, Maddie? Should we just go home? And she's like, yeah, James, there's something I want to show you. You know, look over there to the horizon. And all of a sudden,
she shoots a hole in the ice,
yeah,
and it cracks under him,
Yeah.
and he falls through.
yeah,
And clearly he drowned.
he drowned, yeah. And everyone is gonna think that he was just too drunk to find his way home.
And look, this may sound like a Barnaby thing, but actually I think what's happening is that this is nature who is creating these conflicts between the people,
Yeah.
and you know, this sense of sort of panic reactions that are causing all this mischief.
And also, you know, if you notice, the reason why Henry died was initially because the frost cracked the tree.
Yes,
The reason why James died is because he fell through the ice.
yes.
So the frost is what's killing people off slowly.
I love this.
Oh, it's a combination of evil will and
You know, it's
and frost.
instilling these emotions in the people, and this is what happens.
It's making it possible, at least, to get rid of people.
So James is in the dead house. It's going to be filled up, this dead house, I think. I better make room. And Maddie goes home in a state of shock, relief, grief, despair, hope,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
And there is someone there to comfort her.
yeah. And I'm sure that Fate, for one night, is going to play along and say, "Oh, thank God! What, you know,
I
good
mean,
riddance."
one more night in that bed, I wouldn't say no. She's an attractive gal.
Yeah, that's true.
And of course, he has an agreement with Bobley to go away to her
But
sister.
but I think Fate is the kind of person who's just like happy where he is, and he just goes along with everything until, you know, he needs until he wants something. When he wants something, he goes and gets it.
But look, his getaway is Bobley.
Yeah.
But her horse died. So he's waiting for Sally, or for Bobley to, you know, fix up some horses.
But Bobby has a lot of work to do.
And that barn is empty right now.
Yeah.
And they're fighting in the house.
So that's
and there's
great-
a couple of horses in there.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity.
So I don't know. Oh, they're not at the barn yet.
No.
Oh, are they?
Well, they went home. Bobley, I mean, we can always. I think Bobley is looking for the opportune moment because she also
She
needs.
also needs the key.
She also needs the key. There's two pieces to the puzzle.
Is she telling Junior, give me the key? And Junior is like, no, Father told me never to give the key to anyone else. Look, I'm your mother.
Or maybe she says, if you're ever going to be the man of the house one day, you know, your dad is growing old. You want responsibility. You need to take it. You know, you need to take action.
Yes.
So maybe
Your father is keeping stuff in that safe.
But it's quite devious to sort of manipulate one of your children.
But I think that she is so desperate and so resentful of her situation, and she feels that Junior, I mean, whenever Ralph is out of the house, Junior is treating her like she was, you know, just another of the siblings.
Yeah.
Even though she is his mother.
Yeah.
So I think they're having that discussion, perhaps.
Yeah. But Stig the Luke's wise, as always, comes in with a glorious point. Nature is the devil's church.
Nature is the devil's church.
Keep that in mind, people.
Let's keep that in mind. Let's see if we can weave that into the story.
Yes.
We do have a burned down church where Vilma's parents died, we've discovered.
But to me, actually, more and more, the image of the burned down church and the hill and the tree growing out of the ruin almost, it's almost like they're merging together.
Yeah.
Those two images. Out of, you know, just destruction of man's religious, buildings comes a dead tree take over.
Right. And the tree has exploded, the church has burned down, and people are dying left and right, and are having affairs and escape plans and murderous behavior.
Backstabbery.
I mean, this town.
Pearson is on nature's side.
Yes.
And he does look extremely devilish. Pearson just.
Oh yeah. And another good point. Look makes things grow. Yeah, it's true. He's the only one who can make things grow in this barren land. Perhaps because he's the only truly good-hearted person?
I think Luke so far has done nothing wrong. He's been a victim of several injustices.
But poison has been instilled into him by his brother, who is now dead.
Yeah.
And he's, of course, also now grieving his brother. And perhaps blaming Maddie for taking him down to the river, even though he doesn't know that Maddie actually caused his death.
Yeah. I don't think he even knew that Maddie was there that night.
Maybe not.
I think the whole town just think, well, James
He just drowned.
You're
right.
He couldn't find his way home, and he fell through the ice.
Right.
Too bad.
But perhaps because he's starting to get resentful and angry, he's also perhaps a little bit blaming Telly. Like, Telly, if it wasn't for you, I would be sitting with my brother in the barn drinking. He wouldn't have gone out that night.
Yeah, exactly.
But I had to come home to you because you keep on saying you're so afraid to be alone in the house. And, the ground is giving me wheat, but you are not giving me children.
You're just lying to me.
So he also has, he has a line that can be crossed. And perhaps that is what is happening.
All right.
A departure. I am dying. Not from violence or accident, but from old age or diphtheria. I have many regrets and an unwholesome secret that I need to unburden myself of before I begin my journey to the celestial choir. There is not much time. Speak your truth, then go to the dead house. Someone is dying but need to unburden a secret.
Who has secrets? Well, they almost all do.
They almost all do. Now, Swilla, of course, but since James is dead, that secret... Is it Telly?
Well, Richard says, is it Swilla or is someone else older than they appear? That could be Telly, actually.
Perhaps Luke... because Luke is also, he's good-hearted, but he's also somehow unlucky in life. So he comes and confronts Telly with his anger, and Telly tells him that the secret that I've been keeping from you, no, I haven't been pregnant because I cannot have children because I have this condition, and now I'm dying. So he comes home to confront, full of anger, his wife, to find her on her deathbed.
Yeah.
And the next day he has to carry her to the dead house.
And the last words he spoke to her was, "You liar, I don't trust you anymore. How could you do this to me?"
And that's going to eat at him for the rest of his life, however long that is.
Yeah. Luke has not been lucky. And Natalia also hasn't been lucky.
So she basically confesses to him that she has been faking these pregnancies.
But at the same time, also she can't keep it a secret any longer because, she's so frail now. Her body's being eaten up from inside.
Yeah. And she has to unburden her.
Yeah.
And that night, she breathes her last, and the next morning...
And she had sort of hoped for that Luke would sort of receive her secret and sort of accept it, and they could have like at least a peaceful, truthful moment together before she left this town.
But he was so consumed with anger that it's almost as if he didn't hear what she was saying. No. He was so angry.
Because he was obsessed with this image that James and Swilla had put in his head, that he wasn't ready to listen.
So the next morning, full of regret, trotting through the snow, he goes to the barn, he takes out one of the horses, and he throws the body of his wife over the saddle, and he goes alone through the snow and buries his wife in the dead house.
Yes.
Wow.
Heavy stuff.
This is heavy stuff.
So they're dropping like flies.
They're completely dropping like flies. Whoa! I'm really wondering what's going to happen and who's going to be left standing, if anybody. And I'm also wondering when Pearson and Velma are going to make their move.
Pearson and Velma has a plan. Bubbly and Fate has a plan. The problem is, and the horse that Luke just took over to the dead house, carrying his dead wife, is actually the horse that Bubbly has been eyeing.
Yes,
as a possible escape horse.
She was actually thinking of leaving that morning.
Yeah,
but now the horse has to be used.
Yeah, but good thing she didn't arrive at the stables at that moment. That would have been
true.
Very awkward.
And I think Ralph, he's completely losing grip. So he's now falling back into complete tyranny, because he's seeing people dropping like flies, and he cannot control it, and he doesn't understand that he's up against nature. He's up against a power that he cannot control. So I think he is ready to go full on tyrannical.
Yeah. Whispers. I am crouched with my ear against the door of the dead house, listening, and there is a voice I know whispering to you. There is a voice I know whispering to you. It is saying terrible things in the snow-hushed night. I can't stop listening. It is telling me the secret truth. In the morning, everyone looks at me differently. Yeah. So at the dead house, someone is there listening.
Getting a truth.
And there is a voice I know whispering to you. So there's 3 people involved in this little situation. Two inside. You know, the voice is whispering to you. I'm guessing it's... How would you interpret that?
I have an idea.
Yeah.
I think it might be Velma, who is now alone in the Hetzel house, and she goes up to the dead house to ask Henry, the dead spirit of Henry, the truth about her parents.
Yeah.
And he confirms from beyond the grave that yes, they were burned in the church, and it was the doing of Ralph Towns. Which makes her completely poised for the big, to basically go to Pearson's side and just invoke wrath on this town.
That's great. That's great. So she finds out...
from the body of Henry.
From the body of Henry. Or maybe she finds a clue. Or maybe she
I think he tells what he knows, because he knows the truth about her parents.
Yeah.
He also knows that Ralph did it.
Yeah.
But he also tells her that I could never speak up because Ralph is too powerful in town.
But this also means that Velma has already starting to grow powers.
Yes, which is why she is now going to Pearson's shack.
She's poised to complete the ritual.
They are so ready.
They're so ready. Great.
Oh, this is great. Now this storyline is opening up.
Yeah, really.
Awesome.
That's your occult angle.
Yeah, there comes your occult angle.
Poisoned heart. Someone has been bad to me. Maybe they're just a little too secure in their opinion or grating in their laugh. But trapped in this ice hell, it has escalated and turned into something sour and deadly in my heart. I hate them now. I hate the very sound and smell of them. I wish them calamity. So someone is on the brink of doing something very evil to someone they are close to.
Is it Ralph who is snapping? Is it Swilla? No.
No, I think it could be...
Is it Luke who was already boiling over with anger and he's lost his wife and his brother?
But Luke is not holed up with anyone. He's alone. Velma getting tired of her little Tamagotchi. So Velma's getting tired of Junior.
Oh.
That's actually not bad, actually.
It could be Velma because she knows that Ralph was involved, and perhaps this was before Fate arrived in town, right? So perhaps Ralph had Junior go up and light up that church.
Yeah. Yeah, and now she knows about the church.
Yeah.
She knows about the church. But I also think that you, in this case, they, in this case, could also mean the town. It's not a person.
Can you read it?
Someone has been bad to me. Maybe they are just a little too secure in their opinion or grating in their laugh. We're trapped in this ice hill. It has escalated and turned into something sour and deadly in my heart. I hate them now.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the very sound and smell of them. I wish them calamity. I think
Velma against Junior.
No, Velma against the whole town.
Against the whole town. Yes, I love that.
She hates them.
Yeah.
Because of what they did to her parents.
And
they allowed the church to be burned down.
What she has discovered is basically that everyone knew.
Everyone
knew.
No
one told her.
No. And everyone just let it happen.
Yeah.
And they all stood there and warmed their hands when the church was burning.
She is going on a spree.
This is almost going postal.
And Steggen the Look says, slowly realizing her occult powers, all these small town boys start looking like ants to her, ready for a proper stomping.
Oh, yes. Yes.
How poetic. This is exactly where Velma is at right now.
That's awesome.
And now, everybody, is the last day of winter. There you have it. In any ordinary year, winter would be over. But the winter of 1888 is far from over. We now go into the third and final act, which is called Hell. Do you want to have the pleasure?
Yes, please. Pleasant dreams.
Oh.
Well, aren't I snug? Doesn't the fire roar, and doesn't the pork joint sizzle merrily in its pan? I'm rereading Henry James's novel Roderick Hudson, and it's a corker. Cozy and warm and safe. Let the winter drag on for 1,000 years. Let time itself grind to a halt. Let the world die. Let God or the devil or both keep me asleep and dreaming such nice dreams. Who's having this blissful moment?
Is this Swilla sitting huddled up in her house because she's seen this a million times?
Yeah.
And she's just, let this town go to hell. It always goes to hell.
I think it's Swilla. She knows how to have a cozy time when the world is burning or freezing in this case.
And as we also talked about, Swilla has kind of overplayed her hand by letting Fate into the house.
Absolutely.
Because he was basically meant to stir up the marriage a little bit between James and Maddie, but he wasn't meant to make Maddie take out James.
No.
And even though Swilla doesn't know it completely, she probably suspects because she knows that Maddie was away when James died.
Yeah.
So she is also feeling that the whole town is going to hell and she needs Fate out of her house. But Fate is still there. He's actually sharing a bed with Maddie.
Yes.
And she's down there in front of the fire reading her book, just thinking, let it all burn, or let it all freeze, rather.
Yeah.
I can beat this. I will. If it means burning encyclopedias, if it means eating mouse shit, if it means selling my souls, I'll do it. Spring will come and I will live to see it. Is this Ralph in his tyrannical self?
Yeah, I think so.
I will hold on through this. Because we've already talked about that he is no longer at the post office, but he's gone home and Bopley has gotten the key to the safe.
Yeah.
And she's found the letter that says that her sister did reply and asked her to come. And she is confronting Ralph and says, Ralph, you lied to me.
Yeah.
You've kept me from visiting my dying sister. And Ralph just responds with, Junior, go lock the door and don't let your mother out. And the children are crying. The other children are crying, huddled up in the living room.
Yeah.
And Ralph is just, we're going to eat mouse shit, but we're going to get through this winter. This is my family, and nothing's going to break it apart.
This is my post office.
All right, so he's going into all-out tyrannical
So
mode.
he's basically locking down the house.
He's locking them in, and Bopley, she's still waiting for Fate to come and save her.
Yeah, but this is going to be really tough now.
Yeah, but Swilla really wants Fate out of the house, so maybe Fate also feels the the ground burning under his feet in the Shard House.
I think Fate in general knows that it's getting a little too hot here, because there's already been bounty hunters. He's killed a man. Luckily, no one suspected him. And Maddie has killed off her husband. Only Fate knows about it. And Maddie, the only person Maddie told that it wasn't an accident that he went through the ice, that it was actually her doing, is Fate.
Yeah.
So he feels like, okay, maybe it's time to get out of here.
So what do you say that Fate is in between the Sharp house and the Towns house on his way to pick up Bopley and get out of town?
Okay, yeah.
Will he make it? We don't know, but he's out in the snow.
Yeah. Kindling. I chopped down all the Hetzel's trees, all the apple and cherry and peach trees. I hacked them to pieces, one after the other, until they no longer insulted the white-on-white horizon. It's always a relief to follow through. Now it's finished, and I'll die of exhaustion or bullet. Go to the dead house.
Okay, so someone goes crazy and chops down all the trees.
Yeah, as a sort of last cathartic, desperate move. Could it be?
Are we looking in the same direction?
We're looking at Luke. We're looking at Luke, the most desperate, unfortunate man.
He's lost his brother. He's lost his wife. He doesn't have children. And now he is just chopping down all the trees, everything that ever grew around the house. And I think he dies from exhaustion.
Yeah.
When the last tree falls, he sits down in the snow and he just sits there until he freezes to death.
Yeah. Yeah, Tatsurichi also says, look, the bitter man who's been most unfortunate.
And from her prison in the Town's house, Bopley can hear the horses neighing in the Mitchell barn. Her getaway.
Yeah. They haven't been fed since Luke died. Oh no.
So if
the town is coming apart.
If only Fate can make it. And maybe actually what Fate does is that he goes down to the barn to get the horses.
Yeah. That could work.
He gets them out, and he's like, he kind of needs Bopley because he wants her money, but if he cannot get her.
Yeah. I think its first priority is to get out of town. If he can get out of town with a lot of money, that's sweet, a sweet deal. But it's not the first priority.
So he's probably taking 2 horses, and he's going by the Town's house to see if he can somehow get hold of Bopley. Yeah. But he also knows that Ralph is probably going to shoot him on sight.
Yeah, he hears shouting from within the house.
Yeah.
So he knows.
There's a bad argument in there.
Bad vibe. All right.
Right. Mercy. The nearest doctor is in St. John, 10 miles away. But someone must get help. Neola is collapsing, and here I am setting out on foot through heavy snow in a savage blizzard. I'll get half a mile. Speak your truth, then go to the dead house.
Who is so desperate?
That they set out for St. John to get help.
Is it Junior? Who's not going to the hospital, but he's going, to find help, to someone who can wrangle Ralph. To save his mother, basically.
It could be Ralph ordering Junior to go out and get help because Ralph is so desperate, and he sees, he knows that there are too many people in this house. They don't have food for all of these children.
Yeah.
So he just says, Junior, now is your time to be a real man.
There's also another option.
Yeah.
Could also be that Fate told Maddie that he was going into town, and she's gone after him. So it's like... That would be horrible.
That would be really horrible.
Tatavitra says, it is Emil on his way to... Okay, so Junior is on the way to town. Someone who still believes he can save everyone. Who still believes that? I don't know if anyone still believes that.
I mean, to me, the two choices are: either it's Ralph who orders Junior to get help to save the family, or, as you say, it is Maddie who walks out because she's lost her husband searching for fate, and she just gets lost in the snow.
Yeah.
That's the more tragic.
I like the more tragic one. That's just really sad. That. Yeah.
So basically, she goes out, and Swilla, she's trying to keep her in. Like, you have to stay. It's deadly out there. You have all your children in the house. You cannot go after him. He's a charlatan. Don't trust him. No, but I love him. He's the only one now that James is gone.
Yeah. Tatavitra is reminiscing. Apparently, this reminds Tatavitra of Emil from Lönneberg, which is like the Swedish old children's story.
Right.
Which I think also has similar tragic family constellations.
Yes. But basically, Maddie goes out to seek Fate, not knowing that Fate has gone to the Mitchell barn to pick up horses to ride out of town with Bobley.
Yes.
He is such a low-life creep.
He told her some sob story that he had to go get treated for cut on his finger or something.
Yeah.
And so she went to go looking for him because it's been, he's been gone. He's been gone all night,
Yeah.
And
somewhere between the shop house and the Mitchell, and somewhere between the shop house and St. John, she collapses and dies by the side of the road.
Yeah, fortunately. Emil rides out in a blizzard to save Alfred. Well, I think maybe this is loosely inspired by Emil from Lönneberg. I wouldn't
say very loosely, though.
An old friend. The cold gets the blood. I don't know if it's the lighting in here, but I really cannot read this lighting here. The cold gels the blood, slows the brain, makes the process of life thick as saltwater taffy. Sometimes a body seems dead, but it isn't. And a person claws their way back from the brink. That must be what's happening. Because someone I saw get shoved in the dead house is scratching at my door.
What?
I believe I will let them in.
Is someone coming back to life?
Someone has been presumed dead.
Okay.
But is now scratching at the door. And this person is going to let them in.
Okay. What can this be? This can be many things. I mean, James drowned.
This is a great conundrum, actually.
I mean, it could be Maddie, who didn't die anyway, but made it all the way. It could also be Telly coming back for Luke, but Luke has died.
Who else do we have?
We have Henry. He died a long time ago, though. James went through the ice. Who comes back to Swilla? Oh, James come back, and then his wife is gone, looking for Fate.
Yes, and James, I think also James in his when in his delirium in the dead house, he's coming back, and now he wants revenge on Swilla because it's all her doing. She let Fate into the house. She told Maddie that she was better off finding a new husband.
Do you think that he is a ghost brought back to life by Velma, whose power is growing and growing?
Yeah, maybe she chose James because he's the most naive of the bunch, so she can manipulate him.
So no, but maybe Velma brought him really back to life. He was stone cold dead. He drowned in the river.
Yeah.
And he's coming back as a living corpse to haunt the town. And of course, what he does is he goes to his old house, Sharp house, to find his wife. But he doesn't find her there. He just finds his children together with his mother-in-law. Yeah. And his daughter is gone. Yeah, his wife is gone. His wife is
gone, yeah. Yeah, and I think he's always resented Swilla. Because she's been driving a wedge between him and his wife since the beginning.
But he's basically an animated corpse.
Yeah, he's not going to live long.
No.
But he might be live long enough to enact some sort of revenge.
Yeah.
Who is Swiller letting back in? Yeah, that's the good question.
James.
James, but is it James or is it the ghost of James?
I think it's someone who looks very much like James, but he has those black eyes and that dead stare.
And he doesn't say anything.
But he comes in, and Swilla has seen a lot of things in her life. And yeah. So is this? He's the old friend. Yeah. That's fine.
So James is back for a spell.
James is back for a spell, but I think that it's a passing moment, and I think it's almost like a haunting more than it's a really coming back to life. I don't think that he survived that fall into the river.
No, it is whatever Swilla thinks it is.
Yes, and maybe Velma is somehow involved.
Yeah.
I should also say that I don't know when this stack of hill cards runs out, because somewhere in here is shuffled an end card.
Ah, interesting.
A precious thing. It's a keepsake, something beautiful. A reminder that the entire world isn't flat fields of snow and screaming Katabati wind. Something refined, a gift that made me cry with gratitude and delight. Something that kept me grounded in hard times. A promise of a better life, crafted by skilled hands from fine wood. Now I'm cold, and into the fire it goes, piece by piece. Love letter, and a photograph.
Could also be it could be a Velma received a keepsake either from Pearson or from Henry that reminded her of her parents. And now she's burning it. Maybe a part of the ritual.
Maybe it's part of the ritual, actually.
Yeah.
So she is invoking the wrath of her parents, the vengeful spirits of nature.
And that's part of the ritual, is to burn that, the surviving, maybe it's pieces of clothing or it's wood. Maybe
it can be anything. It's just a keepsake.
Keepsake from her family.
It's maybe it's something that Pearson, he rescued out of the ruins, because he took timber to build his shack, and he also took something else. And only now he's giving it to Velma, telling her, this is the last remaining keepsakes of your parents, and you have to sacrifice it.
It's the cross from the church they burned. The only part of the church that survived is her father grabbed the cross and they ran from the church as it was burning.
And you have...
Or they tried to run.
And you have to... you have to destroy the cross. You have to let go of your faith and align yourself with the spirits of the land, which is much stronger than any old wooden cross or stone church.
Velma knows what must be done.
And she does it.
Throws it into the fire.
Burns the cross from the church, and nature runs rampant. And already crazy things are happening. Corpses are coming back to life.
This was the last barrier between the town and the revenge of nature's revenge, or Velma's revenge.
Yes.
Now there's nothing that can protect the town.
Now there's just free-flowing fury.
Yeah. Good neighbors. There isn't enough in Neola to go around, and somebody else wants what's mine. I know they're coming. I can hear the purposeful crunching of their boots. I'm ready. One or both of you is going to the dead house. So there is someone is fighting over the scraps here. Who could that be? Who would be fighting over scraps?
But could it be, if we twist it a little bit, could it be fate coming to pick up Bobley and having a standoff with Junior, and Ralph sends Junior out?
Yeah.
And there is a shootout in front of the house.
Yes.
And
I think so.
And maybe...
I think both of them, they don't make it.
Or maybe Junior takes a bullet, the door is open, and now is Bobley's chance to escape with fate. Because the door is locked,
But I think in order to rescue Bob, he would have to take care of Ralph as well.
Or one or both of you is going to the dead house.
Maybe it's Junior and Ralph who goes. Ralph can't go out like...
I don't think Ralph is going to just get shot by fate, right?
No.
But I think it could be fate coming up to take Bobley away. And Ralph sends out Junior.
Yes.
So I think the question is,
do they
both die, or is it just one of them? I mean, I'm pretty sure fate is a crack shot.
Sure. Tativitra wants Pearson to die.
Could it randomly be Pearson? I mean, Pearson has kind of played out his role in the story, I feel. And I feel that he has taught Velma to become who Velma has become. And so I think that, I mean, not to diminish Pearson, but whether he dies or not is really not of consequence to the story.
It's a consequence to Velma.
It is, but still not, because...
But also in this sense of this one, because someone is fighting over something. So I don't think Velma and Pearson are fighting over anything. They're pretty much aligned.
But I think we've set it up so Fate is going to Town's house. So I think it has to be a shootout between Fate and someone else. Right?
Yeah, it makes sense. But there's also...
I mean, James and Swilla, they're locked in their own thing.
Tatsuvija says, from the idea from the Parlor game to disrupt the straight narrative. So maybe Swilla, or is it to be Swilla? Swilla and James could be fighting.
I mean, it of course could be James coming back to the house, and we just had a cut scene to something else, and now we're back, and Swilla takes her good old trusted shotgun.
You're not James.
You're not James, and just blows him away.
Yeah, but it's not going down without a fight.
Yeah.
I want them both gone.
You want them to kill each other?
Yes, because a ghost doesn't just come back to get shot.
Right.
A ghost comes back to act out something, some revenge or something.
Okay, so...
Or maybe Swilla kills herself out of fear, out of desperation of having this new lodger who is not really James.
Well, no, but I think I think that she shoots him, but he still comes at her.
Yeah.
And then, and perhaps...
She's old and frail.
But perhaps his purpose in the world now is to avenge himself on Swilla, who let Fate into their house and disrupted their marriage.
Yeah. And as soon as Swilla dies, his purpose is fulfilled, and he's
and he goes back to the spirit world because he was never really alive.
No, exactly. All right.
Let's have that.
Yeah.
That's great. So a
ghostly battle ensues.
Ghostly battle. And it's a good point to remember that Parlor point thing, you know.
Yeah, I think it's very important.
Try not to go with a straight story all the time.
No.
This is great. We're still in hell. Let's see how much is left. I mean, we still got how many characters?
Too many. Fond farewells. I ate a lavish meal of pancakes and meat grease and coffee and mush and milk and a whole fried jackrabbit.
Where did that come from?
If I had any loved ones left, cannot recall now. I'm sure I kissed them tenderly as they slept, then walked to my resting place until spring. I settled in and sleep myself, and I died. I think it's supposed to. I settled in and sleep myself.
I see.
What?
I'm sure I kissed them tenderly as they slept, then walked to my resting place until spring. I settled in and sleep myself. So he's going to a resting place, he settles in, and then he falls asleep into death. So someone eats a lavish meal, then leaves everything behind and dies.
It could be Ralph.
I'm thinking Ralph here because
he's realizing this is not working out.
Look, he is now at the point where he has locked Bobley and Junior and all the kids in the room, and he's alone in the house. They're in the basement or something.
Maybe he even went to the post office,
where he'd stocked up some food.
Yeah. So they're just trapped in the basement of this huge mansion.
Yes.
And he's
freezing cold.
He's boarded up the door. And he can't get out.
And he's just taken all the best stuff from the pantry. He goes down, he has a meal, and he realizes that his dream will never be fulfilled of being this big man.
No, he can't go back and let them out. That's not going to work.
He cannot face a spring after all this.
No. He has crossed the line, and he knows it.
He knows it, finally. But of course, he doesn't unlock the door. He left it bolted and shut because they have to die as well.
Yes, because he's a fucking asshole.
Oh my God, Ralph.
Sick.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Good riddance. But now Junior and Bobley are
locked in the basement.
They're locked in the basement.
Let's have a stock here. Junior and Bobley are locked in the basement with the children. Fate is at the barn picking up horses, considering whether to go on his own or to go fetch
contemplating.
Bobley.
He's like, before I go get Bobley, let me just have a little smoke. Let me just sit here and contemplate a little bit.
Oh, and there's, I can see that old James left half the bottle of whiskey in the corner, so let's have a sip.
So he's having a little moment.
He's having a moment. And Velma and Pearson are, I almost feel that they're at the hill.
Yeah, the ritual is about to commence.
Shouldn't we?
The ritual is about to commence.
They're out there in the blizzard.
Of course. Of course.
With her poisoned heart and her precious. All right.
Ripe for a ritual.
More hell. Faith. I stared at the featureless white sky and listened to the shrieking wind. This winter isn't going to end. Matthew 24 says, "When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, stand in the holy place." There is no holy place in Neola. Everything is hell. I am in hell. Go to the dead house.
That could be any one of them.
I mean,
someone has forsaken their faith.
It could be Junior.
Sure.
Who finally, gives up on everything. He's been locked in the basement by his father, who's left them.
I think what would be more poetic is if it's Bobley.
If it's Bobley?
So when fate comes to pick Bobley up, it's actually going to be too late.
Because she's already gone.
She's already gone.
I am in hell. She's been in hell for a long time.
Yeah.
She's been in hell all the time.
And now she can't escape.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah. I think that's more desperate.
So while this happens, let's have Bobley approach the town's house. He comes with 2 horses.
Yeah. He knocks on the door. Oh, no.
And no one's answering. But he can hear the screams of Junior from the basement.
Like desperate
Let us
screams.
out.
And so he comes. I think we should have a cliffhanger moment here.
Yeah.
He comes and opens up the door. He removes all the furniture that has been pushed in front of the door and opens it up or knocks it down because it's even locked also. And he comes face to face with Junior, who is like sitting slumped over the corpse of Bobley. And he's just like crying his
eyes out.
Yeah. And he just looks up at Fate. And then, does he resent Fate? Does he know what Fate did? What was going to do?
I think that Fate, he looks at this young man and he knows that he's just like the spitting image of his father. And he also, I think Fate a little bit admires strong men. So I actually think what Fate does is that he takes one of the houses and he ties it to the veranda.
It takes one of the horses.
Takes one of the horses and ties it to the veranda and rides off himself.
To give Junior
a chance. But he also knows that Junior can take that horse and leave all his siblings behind.
Yeah.
Or he can stay and die with them.
Yeah.
He gives him that choice.
So either you're going to stay and you're going to become your father.
Yes.
Or you're going to ride out and do something about it.
And let your siblings freeze to death.
Okay, so that's like... Okay.
So I think Fate escapes town.
Sure.
Whether he makes it, I don't know. But I think he rides out of town.
Yeah.
And not into the dead house.
No. Does he rummage the house to look for valuables?
Of course, he goes into the safe, which Bobley has already opened, and take whatever is there, valuables, papers, deeds, things he can sell off.
Yeah.
I will say, if Fate makes it out of here, he's gonna be a rich man for a while.
Let's put Fate on the edge of town.
Let's put him on the edge of town. Where can people see him? There.
So he's leaving.
He's on his way.
And mercifully, he left Junior to live.
Yeah, he's giving Junior a very hard choice.
Yeah. Extremely hard choice. Who's still alive? Any Sharp children alive? Or just Pearson, Velma, Junior, and Tate? Well,
the Sharp
that's
children...
a great question.
The Sharp children are still locked in the house. Or locked, they're not locked, but they're in the house.
And they've witnessed Swilla
shoot...
a ghost, basically.
Shoot their father, who came back to save them. And she was they didn't see him as an evil spirit. They saw him as their father. So they witnessed their grandmother shoot their father, who just kept on walking and strangled her to death.
And now the fire's gone out.
So they're still in the house.
And then we have, of course, Junior and his siblings.
But there's a horse tied to the veranda pole.
What about the Mitchells?
They're all dead.
No, they didn't have any children.
No, she was barren.
She was barren, yeah. Okay.
And Pearson and Velma is up at the hill,
performing the final ritual.
Basically, kind of orchestrating everything that's going on.
You know, the thing about what's happening is this ritual has been going on throughout, out winter, the whole winter, whole hell part of the deal. This has been Velma's ritual.
While we see all these different scenes happening around town, there are these cut scenes all the time back to the hill with Velma and Pearson just invoking the fury of the land.
Yes. Orchestrating.
And now we see sort of fate riding into the...
Let's see if he makes it. But they're like the puppet masters of all this.
They are. And,
yeah.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Friendship.
Oh.
My friends in the dead house knew that I'd been done wrong, betrayed, humiliated, ruined. Before the world shrinks to a white pinpoint of pain and misery, I must settle the score, they said. My friends helped me. They guided my hand. Speak your truth and put someone in the dead house. That someone may be you. So someone whose friends are in the dead house knew that I'd been done wrong, and they helped me. They guided my hand to settle my score. So either it's a suicide or it's a righteous...
But isn't that basically Velma's story? Henry is her friend in the dead house.
Velma's grandfather is in the dead house. So is it Velma exacting her revenge herself at this point?
I mean...
It's a little bit cryptical. But it could...
my friends in the dead house know I've been done wrong. That means Bobley and Henry knows at least, or Ralph for that matter. Well, the whole.
But most Bobley and Henry.
No, but the whole town actually knows it.
Sure.
They have been betrayed, humiliated, ruined. Before the world shrinks to a white pinpoint of pain and misery, I must settle the score, they said. My friends helped me. They guided my hand.
Okay.
Put someone in the house.
I know what this is.
Yeah.
Because this is the last thing that happens.
Oh.
I can see.
Yeah.
So I think what happens now is that Velma finally takes it upon herself to settle the score, to go to the town's house. We already know that Junior is the one who set the church ablaze with her parents in.
Yeah.
And she comes with her vengeance and her fury. And basically, rips Junior to pieces. Enters the house. See Junior, he's perhaps standing there about to saddle the horse and leave his own siblings behind.
Yeah.
And that just infuriates her. She sees what a coward he is, how much like his father he is.
I think the first thing she does is just shoot the horse.
Shoots the horse. It drops dead.
And then she orders Junior into the house.
And there's a pathetic scene where he's begging.
Yeah, please.
He's begging for his life. Please, I didn't mean it. It was my father.
Yeah.
It was my father who told me to do it.
Yeah. I've never done anything. I just did what I was told.
And
she orders him into the house because I think she has to burn this place to them.
Yes. But I also think that she has mercy on the siblings, actually.
Well, they are innocent.
I think that they, they're coming up from the basement. They're sort of looking from the top of the stairs into the living room, and they're basically just seeing like feet and legs move.
Yeah, because the door to the basement is still locked. Because Junior locked the door to the basement.
Yes.
So that they wouldn't, come running after him.
So they just hear footsteps and they hear gunshots.
Yeah.
And they hear the sound of a body falling heavy to the floor. And then they hear the crackling of flames.
Yes, of course.
And the door is opened.
Yeah.
And Velma is there. And they, of course, know, they love Velma.
Yeah.
She was that sweet girl who lived next door. They love to come play with Velma. And Velma ushers them out. And Junior goes to the dead house. And fate rides into an uncertain fate.
Yeah. Well, he can take care of himself.
He can take care of himself. And what is left is Pearson, still mad in his shack.
But I think Pearson is quite content in his shack.
Absolutely. I mean, he has somehow also been orchestrating this whole event.
Mm.
And Velma has this is basically, a story about Velma's revenge on this family that moved in and obliterated her parents because they had the wrong faith.
Yeah.
And everyone else is dead, and the drifter, he's still out there drifting.
Now the only church is left is the nature devil's church, as Staken puts it.
You get to read the conclusion.
Spring comes. Spring comes. Survivors? Well, we do have Pearson, and in a sense, fate.
So the
total destruction.
The blizzard settles down.
Yeah.
Spring comes. There you go. And we just need to. There you go. Spring comes. The blizzard settle down, and what is left of this town is basically Velma and Pearson, and also the town's children that Velma helped. Unfortunately, all the children in Sharp House were found dead from the cold.
They froze.
They didn't make it. But I think Pearson, he stays behind. He cannot leave this place. He is also half Wichita, and he just remains there as this lone stranger who lives in this abandoned ghost town.
But also sort of a guardian or an elder of the village, like
There are no people left, but he lives there in his heart. He lives off the land.
He's like the shaman that watches over the city.
And there are all these stories about him. But Velma takes the children and travels to St. John, the town that is the closest there. And she starts her life, basically. She is 16, now 17 years old. All these children, they are put in a home, taken care of, families adopt them, and Velma travels into the world.
She wants to find her brother, the only other surviving sibling of the family.
She goes out looking for her brother. Somewhere out there in the world, fate is also there. Whether they'll meet each other again, I don't know.
And also because she has a score to settle with fate, because he was the one who shot her grandfather.
So maybe there's a whole new story out there with Velma, because I think Velma's fury is also all-consuming, and she doesn't rest until she's tracked down fate.
But she has these powers now. Whenever blood starts boiling, the wind picks up. Thunderstorm can be heard in the.
And wherever fate he goes to bed at night, and it's a different bed every night, he feels this uneasiness, as if the moon is watching him, as if there's someone by the window, as if when the wind is howling, there's a voice in there.
I hate you.
Crying his name.
Yeah.
And Velma is out there on his trail.
Of course.
And
it's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time. And that is now her purpose.
So we have this woman with supernatural powers And we have one of the best gunslingers in the land. Who knows what's going to happen when they meet?
It's going to be an epic sequel.
Yeah. All right.
So this, everybody, was Dead House.
Awesome.
The sequel to the Isabel.
And what a great continuation. What a great advancement of this game format.
I mean, I love this engine.
I think this one is just a great. It just tops the Isabel.
Absolutely.
In greatness, and the engine is great. The prompts are amazing.
But I mean, I think I really don't want to speak bad about the Isabel. I think the Isabel was fantastic. But I think the Isabel was the first game with this engine, and it felt a little more scripted. This here felt very sandboxy. It feels like this story could have gone in a million directions. The Isabel seemed it had to end in a certain way. It had to go through certain stages, whereas this felt more open, and it feels like here is when the system really comes to its own right.
And I think there's especially two things that helps that along. First of all, you can move the characters around freely, which really is a great addition, because we did that a lot, and it was so helpful in just crafting stories and also keeping track of stories.
Yeah.
And another thing is also because in the Isabel, you sort of the landscape changes. I don't want to spoil it, but it changes in each chapter, and it sort of becomes more and more confined.
It's
and
basically
more restrictive.
Each act is its own location.
Yeah.
And that doesn't create continuity.
No.
Like here, I mean, it's interesting, right? When you set up this game, it feels overwhelming. You have 10 locations, you have 12 characters, you read through 22 cards, you set everything up.
It's a lot.
Then you go through the autumn season, which basically sets up conflicts, but doesn't resolve anything. So at the end of autumn, you are so overwhelmed by story threads that it's really difficult to navigate.
And like Tatevich said, it took forever to set up.
But that's I think an investment that you have to make to get the payoff.
Because now you're involved. Now you've gotten to know these characters. Now you know their motivation, and you know what their problems are and their intrigues are.
And look, because we've gone through this, I mean, if we sat here and did like a full recap, we could tell the story of every location and every character in this game right now.
Yeah.
And that is because we spent so much time building it up. So I think that, it's a heavy price. It means this is not a casual game at all. We have been streaming for more than 5 hours, and I didn't even think we played particularly slow. I think we're pretty fast, actually.
Yeah.
And we had some breaks and stuff, but this is a big game. It's also a little bigger than the Isabel because of the many possibilities, I think. But for me, it's totally worth it. I mean, the payoff after spending a couple of hours setting up and then just these two last acts was just wonderful. Like
so much payoff.
To have all that.
And so much flexibility, so many options. We could go anywhere. We could basically take any card and just create a story based on any characters. If we were to, if the game were to force our hand and put it on any one character randomly, we would be able to create a story with it.
I think in the Isabel, again, sometimes we felt that the cards were very much directed toward a specific character. And of course you could change it up, but it felt almost like going against the story. Here, at least in the end, it felt like, actually the whole time I feel, it felt like we could put any card on any character. And it was just a matter of which story do we want to create.
Yeah, and I think that maybe that's because the writing was more open-ended, that it could fit more characters inside that. The writing was a little bit tough. Maybe it was just my eyes, I couldn't see it, but and maybe also because there was no use of commas, but that's beside the point, really. You could fix that easily.
Yeah. I mean, the printing is a little bit... I mean, this is also a print and play version. I think if you buy the pre-printed version, it's, of course, you have to pay a little more, but then you probably get, of course, you get nicer quality cards.
Yeah.
But I would also just say, this is I think $10 on each, and it's $10 for a very full evening of gameplay.
That's great. Because this is actually an evening of gameplay. This is a nice evening where you get to tell a story.
Yeah.
So I wholeheartedly recommend spending a night with this town here.
Yeah.
And also would like to emphasize once again, beautiful artwork.
Yeah.
All the character portraits are so nice. The environments are super nice. I really think it's very
Your octagonal house.
the octagonal house. It's very stylized. It's very coherent, beautiful. I don't know who the artist is.
It's the same artist, I believe, from the Isabel, but
Okay.
the Isabel had more of a woodcut style.
Yeah,
This is a little more naturalistic, I feel. But
could still be woodcuts though.
but could still be woodcuts. It's just a little more detailed, I think. The Isabel style was a little more simple.
Yeah. But loving the artwork and
Loving the
format.
game. I mean,
Yeah.
my only regret right now is that there are no more games in the Desperation series. So please, Jason Morningstar, if you're listening, we would love to play a third game in this series.
Definitely. And I think it's just improving. If it keeps improving like this, it's going to be a great third installment.
And the scenarios have this sort of historical background they're set in, which feels that it grounds them, but it doesn't limit them at all.
No.
And again, clearly there were hints that you could take it in a supernatural direction, but you could also have played it like pure hardcore social realism without any supernatural aspects.
Do you think that it was that it helped us open up the game, that to expand the game that we had played the Isabel before? I don't think you don't have to have played the Isabel.
I don't think you
play
have
this.
to, but I think
I just wonder if we, because we had that experience, that we maybe was more daring, take more leaps of faith.
I think knowing the engine helps, and I think if this is the first one you play, you may be overwhelmed by choice, whereas the Isabel feels like it has a little more scaffolding. It eases you along the way a little more. This one really blows it wide open, and if you don't take charge of this story, I don't know. I don't know where it goes actually. I mean, you can play it, I guess, without trying to take charge, but it just would seem like a missed opportunity.
No, but you know what you do is you just play the Isabel first, and then you play this one.
I mean, that's how they were
That's
written
how you do
anyway.
it. That's how you do it.
So get to know the system, get a feel for it, and then play this one. And then please let us have more.
Yeah.
I mean, this engine also, again, we were talking about Parlor games in the beginning. And coming back to that, this is really a Parlor game. Imagine a game where you get a quote or you get a reference, and then you have to say who around this table is thinking this. And then you assign these quotes. This is basically what you do, except this is in a fictional universe.
I can also imagine that if you were enough people, that you could each, be a caretaker of one character.
Yeah.
So you're the arbiter of that character, so you have to choose, or someone may challenge you to your character is thinking this. What do you do?
What's that character do? Yeah, you could absolutely turn it around. I think the beauty of this, because it's normally when you play these kind of storytelling games, then perhaps you're more closely aligned with one character than another. But this thing that you have all these people who are gonna act, and you have to try to figure out who acts like this. And again, as we talked about so many times on stream, you can justify anything with words. You can always make it fit. Sometimes you have to work a little harder. But even, for example, when Fate came into town and we had him being, picked up to work as a clerk at the post office, and Stecken Deluxe threw in that curveball that maybe he was taken in over here by old Swilla.
Because that's not the obvious
That's
story.
not the obvious choice, but we made it work. And we found out that Swilla was actually plotting to actually invigorate the marriage of her daughter by putting in someone who would be a threat to her son-in-law. It didn't work out.
Who comes up with this stuff? And we did, but we didn't know we were going to. It just came out.
It happens if you
the
challenge
material.
yourself, and then you have to make it work.
Yeah.
And then you have to stick to the choices again. Like if you set a story in motion, you have to follow up on it.
But I could definitely envision that you could play this game with more people. Just like we did here, we had the chat also chime in and challenge us also on some of the story beats.
Yeah, I think it's suggested to play this with 4 or 5 people or something.
That makes sense. That makes total sense.
And it would be great because you just take turns. Everyone draws a card. You put it, and you have these discussions.
Yeah, and then it's also a game about empathy, because you are trying to sort of get into the heads of these characters.
Yeah.
How are they feeling? Why is he upset? why can't he take it anymore?
And I think it's also about trying to get beyond that thing that people are just evil or small or horrible, but try to understand why they are. I think the only character that we probably cast the most stereotypical was Ralph.
And maybe that went along the lines of the obvious choice, but it was fun for us to have an evil villain, and it worked out.
Yeah, but he was also like he was the evil capitalist settler, so it was hard.
It's hard to yeah. And maybe you think that our choices was along the beaten path, but it didn't feel like it, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, no, this felt great, and it also felt that I felt we had some tempo in it. I didn't want to rush it, but I also felt that stalling, because it is a kind of a long game, so stalling too much may also make it lose its intensity.
Yeah.
So I think we went at a good pace. I'm sure you could go slower, but you would probably need to be more people, and it would be a really long session.
Gonna be a long night then.
Yeah, because this can go really. If you start role playing all these scenes that we just story told, because the game really encourages also people to role play. We did a little bit of role playing along the way, but most of the time we just talk through it as storytelling.
But then that would be a whole evening. Then you would have to.
It would be more than an evening almost, right?
Tatsuvitru, the artwork looks like lino cut. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
A lot of balls to juggle.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it worked really well. Very nice mix of storytelling, improv, and formalized gameplay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's also how it felt. Yeah.
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 So yeah, I mean that's it.
Awesome game. Bully. What is it called?
I can never pronounce it. It's wrong in my mouth, but if I say it very slowly, I can.
Okay.
It's Bully Pulpit.
Bully Pulpit.
Bully Pulpit Games.
Okay.
And it's created by Jason Morningstar. I forget the name of the artist. I'm sorry, but you can look it up. And we have links in our Facebook and our Twitch, I believe. I don't know.
The YouTube will have it.
The YouTube will have links.
Yes.
Yeah, when we put it up there. So, and this will be out in some weeks when we've edited it. But yeah, I feel like we've kind of said everything, and we've also played Desperation games before, so there's nothing more to say other than that I really love it. I think it's great. And I think this is right now one of the storytelling games that delivers the best stories, also in the sense of it really lifts you up. It's almost impossible to go wrong with this game. I mean, you can be a not very experienced storyteller and you will still have a great experience just by reading and assigning cards.
Yeah.
Even if you don't add anything, I think that you can have a good experience.
It's still going to tell a story.
Yeah.
And it's another game that tells you to stop winning.
And start losing.
And stay hopeless.
And good night.
Good night, guys.